that you'd like to see speak or be a part of the broader Reddit talk ecosystem, or I guess now community chat ecosystem, let me know. That being said, I think we do need a better name for what we do here every single day, be it community talks, Reddit, Discord chats, whatever. So if you have a good idea, drop it in the chat. But oh, hey, Georgia. Hey, yeah, welcome back. Love good ideas. Yeah, well, me too. And Wall Street Bets is full of them. Unfortunately, they're also full of bad ideas, like uh, AMC and Bed Bath and Beyond. That being said, I think I read that Hardy's got GME puts, so that pretty much sums it up for the meme stocks. I'm glad that we're down to three and much easier to remember than when we had uh, BlackBerry, Nokia, and all that. Oh, Hardy's right here. Hardy can tell us all about his plays.
How many people are here? Below 300? I can do you one better uh, opinion. I can actually show them again, this time with a screen share.
Hardy, you're back. I thought that you were like suspended or something.
From Reddit, yes. All right. So today I'm calling GameStop April 21, 2250 puts for 205 or less. Riot April 21, $9.50 puts for $1.25 or less. AI, that's C3 AI. April 21, $25 puts for 230 or less. GFI, April 21, $12 puts for 35 cents or less. And BKKT, April 21, $1.50 puts for 15 cents or less. These are gamma max crosses. So the idea is that a hypothetical option portfolio made up of the current open interest for the stock is then simulated, has their Greek simulated at different price levels to figure out where gamma is highest. And broadly speaking, gamma is a very strong price level against which the price reacts in a predictable way from which these plays are derived. The next are the delta neutral plays. We have Alibaba, April 21, $86 puts for 375 or less. Uber, April 21, 31.50 calls for $1.35 or less. Disney, April 21, $96 calls for 315 or less. LQD, April 21, 108.50 puts for 95 cents or less. And MU, which is Micron, April 21, $61 puts for 295 or less. These are delta neutral crosses. It's basically taking that same hypothetical options portfolio and figuring out at what price the portfolio level delta is as close to zero as possible. And yeah, that's my plays for today. Thank you very much, Minion.
Plays as always. Thank you. Oh wow, we've got quite a few people up here speaking.
So, for those asking in the comments, the plays are on, for now, on a website. The website is halfonadouble.com. I only had, pardon the very, very rudimentary build of the website. I only put it up last night.
Marty, I'll DM you. I can make you a website. You've earned me enough money that I feel indebted to you.
How well do you know AstroJS?
AstroJS? I mean, I know JavaScript, but I don't know that framework. I'll have a look at the docs and see how hard it is.
Because
Use
I'd like to be able to
ChatGPT to make
integrate.
it.
Yeah, that's what I was doing
That's
last night.
true.
I was asking ChatGPT to take this snippet of code in Astro and rewrite it to do this other thing, and it
I mean,
worked.
the fact that you were willing to pay for the domain is already like so touching.
What though,
And
mate?
Kimar, I did not get my account back, and other folks have what's the term, received similar treatment. They got their accounts shut down.
From what?
I think it's
No
because
idea.
we were abusing a loophole to keep the talks running beyond the designated end time.
Oh, on Reddit.
Yes.
Is worth. I did explain the situation to an admin, and they just sent me a message 6 minutes ago saying they're escalating it, and that quote something does seem a bit off, and I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Also,
Thank you for
suspending.
advocating for us, opinion.
Yes, thank you very much.
No worries. I think it has more to do with people posting like repeated content. Maybe they launched a new filter or something, as opposed to um, actually Reddit talk related.
Well, it
Because
seems like every single one of my posts like has been removed, and it's labeled as spam, but it's not just like egg on posts. It's all of them, everything,
I
even
think
some news
that's just
articles.
how they can stop people from joining the talks. And everything else is what's the term? Collateral damage.
Yeah, poor Aegon, he's
It,
gone.
it's obviously an anti-GME policy, right? I mean, isn't everything?
well,
Oh, 100%. Like they decide to end the talks on earnings. Like, come on. That's gotta be like, either kismet for them or just like, clear manipulation.
yeah. Well, we can. I'll post maybe a sticky thread later in the day if nothing changes, and put a little bit more pressure on that. But either way, I'm pretty confident that you guys should be getting your accounts back fairly
Thank
soon.
you. Thank you
Has
so
it has anyone started the Free Hardy subreddit yet?
much.
Yeah, we tried that in Confused Money, so hopefully you guys want to check that out. But we can definitely start it on Wall Street Bets.
Oh, and before I forget, also the additional Reddit talks I had created, in advance, all have also been just ended prematurely, so I can't start them anymore. So unfortunately, that loophole is gone. But with that being said, Ayot, we cannot hear you.
Hey,
And
opinion. I got a new talk up.
oh,
No,
what?
you
I'll
didn't.
DM you directly.
Dear God,
Okay.
Hardy, you're a fucking
Legend.
you're a Chad. You're a fucking Giga Chad. You know that?
After being suspended, the man is back.
I'm not back. Far from it.
That I
But
can
I'm
say.
sure they're gonna wonder how I did it. Um,
All right, but let's turn back to
I have
the.
some plays, opinion. Um, I have Deutsche Bank, July 21, $10 puts for $1.31. And what's the other one? Buy April 21, 405s. I paid 5.95 for that. I'm hoping to get out of that one this afternoon. And I still hold Credit Suisse and Silvergate. I wish they would just die. I'm also looking at maybe buying some shares in the defense side in light of what happened in Syria. So I'm looking at KTOS and DFIN. And that's it.
Hi everyone. Hi, sorry, first time speaking here.
What's up?
Hopefully not intruding and giving some stupid things. I have some place that basically, I'm buying, ATVI. CMA just come up and change their understanding of the deal, and it will not lessen the competitions of the market. So basically, I'm buying any reasonable $85 call all the way until May, right? The CMA will conclude it on 28th of April. Good play.
Yeah, I posted my play in the stocks or option chat. It's like I'm in the Riot puts. I'm up like over 400% on them. Riot $8, 16 June calls. I don't know if I should get out of them. I'm scalping Gamma right now just to so I can get these calls for free. I don't know if anyone else that has any crypto plays. I'll just post it in the chat right now. Play I'm in.
I'm getting screwed on my crypto plays. I bought puts on Marathon. It was half of my portfolio like 3 days ago.
Oh shoot, yeah, you should have bought. Why did you buy puts instead of calls?
Well, because I was thinking, you know what, this is gonna turn around. The crypto's gonna go back down. It's gonna be fine. But then I got, royally screwed in the ass.
Yeah, with the banks going down, I thought it was a good play. Stuff like that.
All right, can I talk about that Note play? So there's a company called Note, N-O-T-E. They announced a partnership with ChatGPT. However, this partnership announcement seems to be one-sided. ChatGPT isn't announcing the same thing on their website. However, even without that side of the announcement, the stock pumped 97% yesterday. It was an absolute bonanza. We were all yelling about it. It was pretty great. So today, people are starting to realize that ChatGPT didn't make the same announcement, down 16% pre-market. Unfortunately, there's no options on this guy. So your option is to either buy shares and hope ChatGPT announces it, or more likely they don't announce it and you write it down, back down to penny stock.
So your play is to get a lot of loss born, basically.
My play on this was yesterday. My play on this was a momentum trade made yesterday during the trading day. Now it's hindsight, right? You guys don't have time machines, I assume, so you can't make the same play I did. But just sort of a warning to everybody if you hear it come up.
Can you repeat the ticker?
I think you said Note.
Yep, N-O-T-E is the ticker. So if you see people shilling it, just be warned. It's a one-sided partnership.
Pollen
With
through
who?
the SEC
Note.
filings last night, and a lot of the people that are receiving shares are in the Cayman Islands, so we know that's sus. Um, I'm going to dig further into it today, but yeah, I found a lot of sketchy stuff in their SEC filings.
Who's got a play that's half of their portfolio that's really retarded? I'm kind of curious.
Basically,
do that.
anyone who's doing 0 DTs on SPY.
Well, I mean, more than half of my losses are in Lucid and Sundial, and that's more than half of my portfolio. So
But that's historical, man. We've got that down on paper. I'm curious if there's new people who are generating ever more interesting loss porn.
Dude, I had the same losses in Sundial.
I'm bag holding silver, but I think it's working. It might work out. Silver. I'm bag holding it for a while.
That's half of your portfolio, silver?
Oh no, it's not half. It's like 20%.
Okay. So half retard. Nice.
since someone said Tard, I thought I might bring up Tard astrology. We actually got Tard astrology today, ladies and gentlemen. Holy shit. Today was actually just slightly bullish, just like the previous Tard astrology. I'll go ahead and post it in the chat and at everybody just in case you want to see it. It'll be in this chat. No actual Tard astrology plays because I don't have any dry powder, but I will be posting Tard astrology in the chat.
What does tarsology mean? I've never heard that term before.
It's a combination of retard and astrology. So
That doesn't sound smart.
Yeah,
that's
it's
kind of the point.
astrology. Bad baby.
Oh wait, and we couldn't before. I'm so sorry if I didn't say. Yeah.
Hey, so you guys were talking about stupid, portfolios, right?
No, retard
Yes.
portfolios.
Yes, it's
Okay,
got to be
so
at least
on
retard.
March 30th of last year, I bought 550 shares of Jaguar Health
But why?
at $38.90 a share, and now they're at $1 and something.
You say
Why?
38?
What
What'd
happened
you
to
do,
it? What
Complex?
happened to the stock?
Yeah. What happened to the stock
company.
and why'd you do it?
Thank you.
Like, what happened to the stock, or what happened to me buying it?
Both.
I bought it on the advice of somebody else.
On Reddit or who? On who? Who did you get it from? The advice.
A personal friend who was a financial investor. I'm just gonna say that. And I mean, I haven't
Still a
sold it
friend?
yet, but what's that?
Are they still a friend?
Did he
Still
get your
friends.
buying opinions from one of his clients by any chance?
Was he their broker?
Because he's not your friend.
No, nope. That was Edward Jones' call.
Was he paid commission for it?
Oh yeah.
Wait, was that a joke or
So-
was this genuinely Edward
So
Jones?
total Wall
Got
Street bet
finesse.
situation. Wolf of Wall Street situation going on.
Yeah, I was about to say that's not like a Wall Street Bets thing, okay?
That's like how you find Wall Street's bet in the first place. Is you make something like that, and then you find your fellow retards, and you're like, I wish to join you.
I figured it would fit in.
And with that being said, welcome.
You'll fit right in.
Has anyone got any plays where I can make 10x? Like overnight?
Well, I heard this Jaguar Health thing going.
Oh God.
You can
I've
sell
been-
feet picks or bathwater.
Hey
There's
man,
plenty of
Inviting
places
this
where
guy
you
back up
could
here.
10x, but if you want
Like-
a guaranteed 10x, can't help
I
you there.
need guaranteed 10x. I want to
Yeah,
make
this
like
isn't the place for you. This is Wall Street Bets for a reason.
We only do negative.
Well, I'll post it in grayscale. I'm using grayscale. I'll post it in the chat. If it goes to its all-time highs, it's going to be 100x. This grayscale crypto stock. If it reaches its all-time highs, it's 100x. I just
Are you
posted
talking
it.
Grayscale Ethereum or Grayscale Bitcoin?
Bitcoin Cash, actually. If it goes to its all-time highs, it's 100x.
Do we still have rules on market cap? Like how much you can talk about a stock?
Not really, but use your discretion.
I mean, Bitcoin Cash is a billion dollar crypto.
Yeah, but what's the cap on Grayscale?
I mean, Grayscale is pretty much Bitcoin Cash. It's not like anything. It's not a business or anything. It's just Bitcoin Cash.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Maybe we should just have a rule. If you talk about a very low market cap stock, just be like, 99% of the time you will lose your money.
It's 1.5 billion Bitcoin Cash is the market cap.
Nice.
It's just hold it. It's like a crypto holding. It's like something ETF holding silver.
Wait, it's an ETF holding silver?
No, it's similar, but
it's
except
from-
it's just a crypto thing holding crypto.
That Bitcoin Cash is like a fork of Bitcoin. Like,
Yeah, it's just a possible 100x if it reaches its all-time highs because I think its all-time high is $60. So, of course, not financial advice or anything.
Can I quickly interject and ask you guys to toss an upvote on the pin thread I made, just directing people to this Discord? I'll start using the same thread over and over, but if you guys could drop a couple votes, that'd be very helpful.
Put a link in the chat. That way we can get to it faster.
Oh, yep, it's right there. It's in the chat. Mike.
Oh, I see it. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, thank you very much.
He doesn't mean an upvote on here, you dummies. Come on, click on the link and go.
Sorry, I can't upvote. Reddit
Oh, no.
prevented me from upvoting.
That is unacceptable.
Me either.
Again, welcome. You are among your people.
I'm loving the fact that these are getting like 21, 26 upvotes. I wonder how many posts. Oh, okay, and the actual post has like 20 upvotes. So, some of you guys are actually doing it, going through. Appreciate it.
Fair.
This guy keeps posting "get a job" on the response, which I mean does beg the question: what do you guys all do? Because I'm very curious. But okay, well, there's a little bit too many upvotes now on the thread. I'm getting a little worried. But
Oh, Opinion's about to get banned. Oh no.
I'm gonna join you all. Goodbye. It was a good ride. Oh yes, that's right. The journalist is no longer with us. He's passed on to the banned realm. So in his stead, we need more plays so that we can ward off people who are just angry investors.
is he really banned?
Yeah, I just mentioned in the chat, I was like, there's like half the number of people on here than there was yesterday. What kind of asshattery did I miss? And someone just replied, journalist. Oh, I must have missed a real shit show yesterday.
Yeah, you did.
Well, it's journalist being journalist.
Bless his heart. That's what we say in the South. Just bless his little heart.
Which just really means fuck him in legitimate language.
That's what that translates to. Yes, that's
It could mean a lot of things. It could mean I hope he gets hit by a truck. I hope he finds Jesus. A lot of things.
Tell you what it doesn't mean, though. It does not mean bless his heart. That is the one thing it doesn't mean.
all of the above, except actually
So
bless his little heart.
yeah, it's one of those things like if you have like foreign languages where some of them it depends on how you pronounce it. Like I know French, ça va, depending on how you say it, is either a question or a response. So it's all in the inflection of bless his little heart is nicer, but bless his little heart is basically the FU of the South.
Dude, I grew up in a foreign country, moved back to the US at like 18 into the South, and it took me months to understand why people were so like offended when someone said that.
Those is fighting words.
Sounds so nice though.
Sure enough.
If you really want to start a fight, just say any SEC team sucks.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, go for it.
Georgia.
Yeah, I'm having so many difficulties. I got into like somebody else's car, and I could not figure out what was going on. I was on the speaker, then I was on my earphones, and then I was on the. It was just going nuts. I couldn't figure out what I was doing, and then I've upgraded things in my house. Anyway, so my play is shorting the Russell 2000 index. I think it is IWM is the ticker. Now, if you're a big boy, which I prefer not to be, then you would buy put. The chart looks like it's going to bounce, 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 and now it's naturally going to come back up. But if you consider like the interest rates, it's more expensive for smaller companies to borrow. The banks are stressed, so this additionally makes it difficult for anybody to make an adjustment inside of a business. So this is what I went with yesterday, just straight shorting the Russell 2000 index. I would go check on the ticker, but I think it would completely disrupt my ability to hear you guys. Or I think it's IWM.
It's IWM. You're right.
So
Yay.
yes, how I kind of caught wind of this is I went over to optionsstrat.com that Loose Ventures was talking about the other day, and I noticed $44 million were going into some variety of option contracts on the bearish side for that ticker symbol. That's $44 million. That's a lot of money in options. Well, this morning it's 160. The number has moved way up. So there's people out there now. Remember, there's straddles and other things, which would include a bearish position taken in that ticker. So it's you can't just look at the number. You actually look at the wider picture. But that was my move yesterday. And so this morning I wake up and it's moved. It's worked out for me. It's not a lot because I'm not doing puts, but there you go. I think it has a ways to move back down.
Thanks, Georgia. That actually sounds like a really good momentum play. Just question.
Yeah. I'm looking at the futures. It's down almost 1%. Russell 1000. So yeah, good play.
Georgia, did you get out of the other person's car though? Like you kind of left that open ended.
Yeah, I did. But I mean, it's just a new car. I don't like that stuff. Yeah, I had a lot of cars. I didn't use that. I like to go up on trucks, man. That's what I like.
Okay, man, just check it in.
Yeah, technical is really good on that play.
Yeah,
I
it
think if
depends on the
it
bank.
broke down, sorry, go ahead.
Russell has like a large sector of banks in them, so if they depends on the banks, I think.
Yeah, I was hearing on Bloomberg. I didn't stay for the whole story, but I guess the ECB had a meeting in secret, and they're trying to, or maybe not the ECB, but like European leaders, and they're trying to shore up confidence in the European banking sector. I guess Deutsche Bank's down like 15% today. Does anyone know the full story there?
All I
No,
know
but I
is
can.
all I know is that I think T Prince has been saying she's had puts on Deutsche Bank for the last 3 days. So nice.
That would be a nice Friday. Go ahead and print.
My girlfriend's husband works at one of the top 5 banks, and I know he unloaded all of his S&P 500 at 41 or 4,050.
Sounds like we're going to do us a Great Depression. Now, I have no idea. Deutsche Bank could be down for any number of reasons. They're kind of retarded over there sometimes.
One of the things that I was gawking at yesterday was the amount of bearish. I'm putting $1 million into an option play, which is going to expire worthless if you're not correct, is a lot of money. And presently, the Russell 2000, go over to options strat, like options strategies, but just strat.com and look at options flow. You're going to have some type of menu, or it may just come up. It depends on how large of a screen you're using. And take a look at the bearish position on the Russell 2000 index. It's a whopper. That's pretty big.
Could it be the
bearish play on small business corporate debt bubble I've been speaking about. And if I noticed also, David over on Quiver Quantitative, Congressman David Trone has been unloading bonds on the big bank side, Goldman, JP, Citigroup, and I'm not sure if the underlying bonds are based off of ELOs, as I had mentioned, but I'm trying to look into that now.
Oh, interesting. You should bring that up. I went looking for Deutsche Bank articles after someone mentioned them, and basically, the top one that I could find is that their shares are down 14%, but it's because the cost of insuring against their bonds, their credit default swaps went up by a lot overnight, which means bad bonds or holding on to bad leverage debt, which you've alluded to.
I believe that, and we know that's not mortgage-backed securities. Obviously, we don't have an underlying weakness in home prices or shit mortgages. Even see it could be, again, just a data point of a bag of shit of CLOs and insuring them.
And granted, it could be just a Deutsche Bank story, but it's just interesting that we have been talking about it, and that's the first thing I found.
Did anybody see the article that I just posted a couple minutes ago about Bank of America identifying the next bubble?
Yeah, so I think this banking thing happened when the Fed started raising rates, and right now it's priced in that the Fed is not going to raise rates. They're going to do nothing the next meeting, and the second meeting they're going to cut. Actually, that's the probable on the Fed funds futures. Is they're going to cut on the second meeting.
Yeah, but he like outright said that there was not going to be any cuts this year.
I mean, on the Fed funds, that's what they're pricing in. Here, I'll post a screenshot.
That's what they've been doing though for like in fact, honestly, bank executives have been trying to do this thing for years where they kind of tell everyone what they think the Fed is supposed to do to force the Fed to do the thing they want them to do. But then the Fed just does whatever the fuck they want anyway. But then the bank execs are making plans around their own pipe dream that they're going to be able to push the Fed in a certain direction. And that's why they're in the fucking crisis they are right now, is because they didn't push the Fed in the direction they wanted them to go. And they kept ignoring the Fed when the Fed told them this is what we're going to do.
Can you post that Bank of America, repost that Bank of America article, please?
Sure. Give me just a second, I will.
I posted the Fed funds. They're gonna on that shows the probable that they're gonna cut on the second meeting. 67% chance they're gonna cut on the second meeting. Cut rates.
So that Bank of America article is pretty stupid. It's some market watch thing. I think they're like Chat GPT driven or something. They're not typically that interesting in my opinion, but it's it's calling out some bubble, but it's basically just saying that the stock market is a bit elevated for the level of interest rate hikes that have gone on. I mean, I don't think it's anything particularly revelatory.
So, is anyone playing the banks or the financials or any interest rate sensitive instruments?
I agree with the concept that it wasn't anything revelate. It was more of like who was actually calling it out. Bank of America's calling it out, actually like putting that out there. That's more of the of note part that I took from that article.
Yeah, but it's basically just saying like the stock market is high and like lending standards will constrict and whatever. I mean, like, I don't know. It's not.
Yes, but that's a change of the narrative because everyone's like, "Oh, we're too low. We're too low." Yeah, exactly. Because they have been wanting to push a bullet. Oh, we're going to bounce off of this bear market right now, and we're going to go up. So for the more media coverage to finally accept that we're probably going to go down another 20-30%. I mean, I like that narrative.
I've actually been looking at potential short on the IIT, the regional bank ETF. Maybe putting a couple of puts on it. Not sure.
What is that again, please?
IAT, I believe. The regional banks ETF.
ABW?
Is it IAT?
It's KRE here in America, usually, I thought, was the regional bank one.
No, it's
ITA.
IAT, so Indigo, Alpha, Tango. There's a couple I've been looking at. I might just, to be honest, I might just short the SPY. I feel like that. So, I mean, I've also been looking at Nvidia
So,
puts, but
so ITA is the defense ETF. Defense and aerospace.
Oh, it's
no,
IAT, India Alpha Tango. It's iShares US Regional Bank ETF, India Alpha Tango.
KRE is also correct.
Yeah, I mean, I've also been looking at, and I mean, I don't know if I've got the bollocks for it, but puts on Nvidia. So inflated.
Yeah, I'm super bearish on Nvidia. I was looking at June 16th, 250 puts on that.
There's two people that have their hands, or one person has their hand raised.
I think Mindless Investments said he's got a play. Maybe it'll be a good one.
Can I talk about crypto for a second when you guys are done? Gotta stop the play.
What's the play?
So I'm long on Coinbase, and I started acquiring shares when they broke $40 when they were around $41, $42. I'm still holding that, but I am actively hedging by buying puts against them, actively hedging my long position against Coinbase. This is a full-on assault on crypto. As you guys know, I've worked in this industry professionally for many years. I spent the last year and a half working at a crypto hedge fund. So, I have some knowledge, some industry knowledge here, and what is happening against Coinbase is basically just another step in the federal government's full-on assault on crypto over the last few weeks. And looks like they're going to just continue these attacks. So I think that's bearish in the near term, and I'm buying puts to hedge against my long exposure, right, of owning the underlying shares of Coinbase. So that's the play.
Wait, why not sell calls to hedge instead of buying puts?
I already did that.
Oh, you sold calls already?
Yeah, I already sold covered call against my shares, and now I'm buying a put or two here to help protect against farther downside.
Mindless says, why would you buy a stock and also short it at the same time? If you short something, or actually if you're selling puts on it and you end up covering it, then you end up having those that, like, in something that you believe in. You have those shares in something that you believe in, and you can still make money on the way down, but still own the stock in the long run. So you would be long bullish, but short term bearish for those of you who
Is there any way we can have him unmuted so we can hear his play? 'Cause he keeps mentioning.
Yeah, there's just also this thing called
crazy
scalping gamma. If you buy a call, like I bought Riot calls as a crypto play, and I just short the stock because I'm already long 100. So if I short it, I'm even. If I short, because I'm already long 100 by owning a call. So if I short 100 stock, that evens me out, and I can hedge that way. It's called scalping gamma. That's the trading strategy.
Yeah, that's a great point. And you can also do gamma delta neutral portfolios. That is a thing that exists. Encourage you all to give that a Google or ask ChatGPT about it. That'll probably tell you how it works.
Hey, first time speaker here. Just checking if I can say a couple words real quick.
Yep.
All right. I'm up because I want to talk about monkeys. And why do I want to talk about monkeys? Because there is a monkey shortage throughout the world. You know, I work in the biotech pharma space and have a lot of family members in it as well. And this is it's going through some legal battles right now, but turns out a lot of the CRO companies some of them are in the United States, like Charles River Labs, they are about to get hit pretty hard with some legal mitigation.
We're actually talking
how
about
they're how
actual
they're
real monkeys.
getting how they're procuring the monkeys for that all of the pharma companies utilize for their trials. So there's a extreme monkey shortage throughout the world for use in research.
Wait a
And
second. You're
some
not
companies
telling.
are
I've
going
got
to
a question. I've got a question
yeah.
for you. So you came here to the home of the apes
Oh yeah,
to
man.
tell us that we can sell ourselves to the
Got it.
pharmaceutical companies. Right.
I chuckled last night when I thought about all of that as well, man. But I have no recommendations or even like ideas on plays right now. But I feel like it hasn't made significant headlines yet, and a lot of the pharma companies are really trying to protect this news so as not to get fucked over with all of their trials and potential, backing by us monkeys, right?
Along the apes.
I mean, I've heard of donating.
So like, there's not even necessarily a way to play this. Like, there's not some kind of publicly traded ape trading.
That sounds like short pharma to me.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, do we have even?
You could short pharma, or you could also, you're looking at the CROs that are the monkey suppliers to the pharma companies, because they're also going to get fucked. Well, some of them are going to get fucked, and some of them are going to be successful because they haven't been in with the Cambodian monkey smuggling that's occurred. And there's a lot of companies now that the Fed is digging into to really slap some significant fines on them for the misuse and like incorrect procurement of these monkeys.
So I have a banana question supply then. So what does this do to my bananas?
I think I muted him.
So, Donkey Kong might be someone we could reach out to figure out play for this.
As a monkey, I feel offended. No, I'm just kidding. Thanks, George. Yeah, we can move on from the monkey talk, I think.
Yeah,
Look up Charles River Labs.
Monster
Look up
Ticker. I
Charles River
believe Dole is
Labs
the play.
now, and then look up Charles River
Wait.
Labs.
One at a time. Someone
in a
just
year.
found a lab ticker. Please state that lab ticker again. Someone found a ticker for a lab. Rates a bunch.
PRL.
State it again.
You could
Charles
also
River
do
Labs.
Lab D. It's a short biotech.
How do you even quantify what this is going to cost them? This really sounds like an ape play.
Hey man, I'm just bringing news that hasn't really made the headlines yet, and
Yeah, I was
wouldn't
reading.
have a play, right?
There have been a couple articles about it. Apparently, I just saw one that said like it costs up to $35,000 per monkey. I mean, that's pretty fucking expensive.
It's up to 45 now.
Oh yeah, primate testing is incredibly expensive. I used to be a scientist in a past life, and to get primates into your lab for any reason, you have to jump through so many hoops. It's insane.
Do you remember when the monkeys got loose here, Skull? The monkeys over off 161?
I recommend going to a credit union for monkey leasing because you're not going to get a good rate if you go to the dealership.
What does this do to the Dole stock Hi, Hardy. If you want to bring some logic in here, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I'm not really well versed in this space, but I'm spending the time while you all argue about potential plays, coming up with Reddit ad headlines, so I can remind those who follow
Hardy, is
me
your
that half on a double exists.
Reddit username changed?
My Reddit username has not changed. My account has simply been shut down, and a lot of my peers' accounts, other talk hosts, have had their accounts shut down as well.
Right. Okay.
Okay, guys. All right. Let me just say something. Okay, it's New York. Okay, so we had an interesting time down in Manhattan. We're bringing our pinstripe suits up into Wall Street. Show me the money.
Show me the monkey.
I
I'm
think the
not
chat
showing
just
you
did that.
anything. The money. We go back to theses. Okay, tickers.
Yeah, I got one. I think that monkey guy was trolling. I'm looking at Uber calls the April 21st 31 strike price. Pretty cheap. It's like $1.72 a contract. So I'm gonna buy a couple contracts today. No real thesis. I just think that shares are on a downturn. They're attractively priced at this point in the year. So yeah, that's my play for today. Buying probably like 5 or 6 Uber contracts.
Hey,
If
Georgia,
that
I have a
guy
question.
doesn't.
Sorry to cut someone off.
It's all good. I was just gonna say, if that monkey guy wasn't bullshitting, I currently have 2 calls on Dole for 1750 dated out for 818.
Nice, man.
Bro, I own
My
1,000
bananas.
shares.
Those as they relate to the pharma monkey business, but
Yeah, that's
I
my
own 1,000
monkey business. My
shares of
monkey
Dole,
business is
man.
bananas.
I just stick in the
Just
shares.
real quick, I wanted to ask Georgia what he thinks of Colgate at the moment as a recession play. It looks like it's down pretty low for the past year, so might be a good play.
No, I do volume trades, technical trades, and psychological trades based on a thesis that's been building up for several months. Offhanded, I couldn't comment on a ticker.
You
I'm not even set
get
up
what
on.
I'm saying though, right? Like it's a toothpaste company, and everyone needs to brush their teeth.
How does it? Does everybody need like? All right, so there's a demand, but the demand is relatively consistent. So, has anything changed?
Hello.
That I'm trying to reach out to the crowd for, but I'm gonna look more into it myself.
No, I was just gonna say, I think that's about right. What Georgia said. I mean, I think if you were to do like a long short play where you were long Colgate and then short something that you think would be adversely affected by a downturn in the economy relative to that staple, you might be okay. But kind of to his point, I mean, why should a staple increase in demand?
Yeah, that's a fair point.
I would say if everybody's broke, maybe calls on baking soda.
Actually, if we're going into a recession, that would probably have a dip in the amount of people that were being born, so less toothpaste would be used, or less growth, should I say.
No,
puts on
it makes
Colgate.
no sense. No, that makes no sense at all.
I agree with George. Nope.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we
but we're
can hear
talking
you.
Colgate right now.
Yeah, Golden Pony here. How do you guys feel on Mara?
Tony! Sorry.
How you guys feel? I got calls on Mara for
Is that a weed stock?
for this week. $9 calls.
Crypto. This is crypto stuff.
Yeah, they're miners. It's Fred Thiel. It's Peter Thiel's brother. They're kind of in bed with Palantir, I think. How do you feel about that? Is anybody into that or no?
That's expiring today, Pony.
No, tomorrow.
I think you should look
Yeah,
at
tomorrow's Saturday.
What's
Tony,
today?
It's Friday, buddy. What's
Oh,
up?
today's Friday. I'm sorry. You know, I've been out of it lately. Yeah, I guess it's an ODTE. So we'll see what happens. Okay. Well, I didn't put the order in yet. It's queued. It's queued, so it's gonna be. It's gonna. If I don't cancel it, the order's gonna go in when the market opens.
Might want to cancel that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna cancel that one. I thought today was fucking Thursday. For crying out loud.
Down the Coke.
We love you,
Okay.
buddy. We love you, buddy.
All right. Well, thanks, guys, for telling me what day it is.
So,
really
guys, we
appreciate that. But hey,
provide a service here at Wall Street Bets.
the
We save people money.
But I don't know what day it is, but the portfolio's up, so it's all good.
No, the bar here increases. It always goes up. The bar goes up. It never goes down. You gotta
Right.
trust the bar.
That's the one thing I've learned here.
Yeah. Do better, right?
You guys were talking about the call
And since they changed this fucking Discord on the app, since they updated it, I don't know how to put myself on speakerphone now.
Well, put yourself on mute. Who was about to talk?
Okay, I got you.
You guys were talking about the Colgate earlier, right? I'll tell you, I went through a tough time, and what I did was I started half the amount of toothpaste that I normally used. So during the recession, I think the Colgate formula have significant down.
You broke up a little bit. What was the last part?
I'm saying the Colgate probably is going to not have the same margin as during the recession. They'll probably be down.
You think less people would be hygienic?
No, it's not that less hygienic, but I went through some tough time, right? And I started using like half the Colgate paste every day than I would normally use. So my Colgate tube will last longer, right? And then you have the cosmetic
Stretch it
side of
out.
less use of those stuff during the recession. So I think all these consumer product companies probably will go down, except for food.
What about Procter and Gamble?
That's what I'm saying. The product probably is going to go down.
Right.
And Ryler, a lot of these stocks ran up last year because people bought them ahead of this year thinking the recession was there. So if you want to hold them for a dividend plan and not really worry about the price, I don't know if you take power, but you can wait.
Yeah, I mean that's I'm not looking to. It's more, for me. It's more of a store of value and maybe possible like because I'm getting like stuff like AT&T and Verizon have like 6% dividends, and I don't see the demand decreasing for those. So if I'm hoarding cash inside of a consumer staple sector, like I don't see that as a bad idea. But you guys could talk me out of it.
I think it's like anything. You don't want to go all in on it. I think it's good to have a portion, having that dividend aristocrat, if you will. I mean, it's a little more finite than that, but I just think a lot of the juice in that trade is already gone. That's why you've seen it kind of fall off. So don't sell your stuff, but I wouldn't go all in on it right now either, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get it. Thanks.
What do you guys think about the Coinbase? Like Henry came after the Adani Group in
Okay,
India.
so what was the last dollar that anybody made trading stocks?
I mean, honestly, I made about 100 this morning off Humacyte. It's a pharma company that I just bought stock.
Running red.
Humacyte.
made a tiny bit from a division.
I caught a double on some silver contract. Also, that pre-market action seems to be reversing. Is anyone else seeing that?
Up or down?
I mean, at least for me, it was down to up.
SPY starting to move up.
Still showing SPY down, just opening at 390.
And
I
VIX
just
is
saw it
still
at
up.
391.
Russell
Up
down over
391.
1%. Russell futures.
So, Key Prince, have you had any other Aegon plays, or are you in timeout right now too?
I'm in timeout too. Unfortunately, all of Aegon is gone. Aegon is gone. I will see if he'll come in today and see about doing some plays for next week, and I'll just give him to opinion, and he can post them, I guess, if I don't get out of timeout.
Is it all right if we?
Has
Go ahead.
Aegon done any crypto picks yet? Like, what's Bitcoin going to do next week? I'm curious.
Him about, I mean, he's done Coinbase and stuff, but we've never really asked about crypto. Would you like me to get
Let's
him in the crypto market now?
I would ask him about Bitcoin
Okay.
for next week.
Is
That'd be
this your
awesome.
pet?
Thank
Is
you,
this your
Prince.
pet and/or offspring? What is this Aegon?
No, I have a farm. He doesn't live in the house. He just comes up when he wants to do stock picks and comes in and makes the plays. So I kind of have to wait for him to decide that he wants to come do it. I can't.
And
Really.
he has an amazing track record too. So this is no fluke. That's why we bring it up.
Thank you.
And what kind of animal is this?
He's
Yeah.
a chicken.
It's a handsome rooster.
Yes,
A
he's
very handsome rooster.
very handsome.
Hey, if you got pics, can we see them in the chat, please?
Oh, you want
2 minutes.
a picture of Aegon? Yes, 2 minutes to our market open. I will put a picture of Aegon in the chat. Can I put a picture?
He's your basic stock cock.
And
yes,
yeah, you should be able to.
please.
You should be able to post one.
That's hilarious.
Hey guys, any recommendation on buying the Coinbase at all? I know Hindenburg went after Adani Group and it came up after a while, after some time. Is the same thing going to happen with Coinbase, or Coinbase is totally toasted?
Coinbase is short-term bearish, long-term bullish.
Okay.
Seems to be the prevailing thesis.
Well, yeah, Coinbase is doomed, but yeah.
If banks keep collapsing, people might try to hedge with crypto. So Coinbase might be bullish.
No might about it. They're already doing that.
I put Aegon in the main chat.
Market's open.
There's this.
Oh, I already
This
know I'm screwed.
This woman on YouTube has every day she does a pick for SQQQ or TQQQ based on a crystal ball, and I'm curious to see if she's back tested for profits to see if that actually works.
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Did I just lose all my...
yeah. Sorry.
Wow, that's a beautiful cock, T Prince.
Why, thank you.
Still got a nice push.
Fuck me. Oh, man. All right.
Yeah, I've got some VTI puts and a VTI yeah, they're all like going into the money right now, so that's pretty good.
Curious why you would do that versus SPY.
BTI or BITI?
VTI?
Oh, VTI.
Isn't that
Gotcha.
the total
you,
stock market index?
Yeah.
I'm just saying because like I like that ticker, but SPY just has more liquidity and volume, so just curious why you picked that one.
Yeah, I mean, the danger with SPY, of course, is that SPY can move 10, 10 points in a day, and you can lose it all very quickly. And at least with VTI, I can buy my options at a cheaper rate, and it doesn't really matter. I don't know if you agree with me on this, but I tend to find that whenever any part of the market moves, the entire market moves, and there's really no sector correlation anymore, just like mass freakouts. So like it doesn't really matter like if you're buying VTI or in one particular sector.
Well, I just didn't know if you were aware, like VTI is basically 80% SPY and 20% of that is mid cap and small cap. So it's since it's balanced by market cap, it moves almost identically.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have liquid options.
I mean, the thing I
Okay.
like with VTI again is that the options are cheaper though. So it's much easier for me to get into a play that's at the money than with SPY where I have to put a whole lot more down.
Yeah, I have a similar thesis on SPXL and SSO. They're leverage tickers, but the options are way cheaper than SPY and the others because the cost of the shares is only like $40, so it lowers the price of the contracts.
Sorry to interrupt, but before Loose Ventures has an aneurysm, were we officially having a guh moment live on stream?
Oh, I was just kidding. Like when the market opened, I went, "Goo."
Okay, thank you.
I heard that too. That was pretty good.
It was definitely an aw fuck too.
Yeah, no, that was me. I'm trying to create ads to publish to Reddit, and the page crashed, and I lost the ads, so I got to recreate all of them again. Well, I can't promote the website on WallStreetBets proper, so I'm going to buy ad space.
He's the reason for the God Saves Us thing.
Not just in a sink, into a tumbler in a sink.
Well,
Excellent
I
post.
realized why Georgia decided to pee in the sink that day. I think he's saving money by not having to flush the toilet, so it makes a lot of sense.
No, I do that, and generally when the world's gonna go down the toilet, I go a different way, and I push it down the sink. I make them take it. They must do something with it. Just a different way.
It's smart. I appreciate you sharing that with us.
You gotta waffle stomp that thing. Good move.
Georgia, do you read tea leaves?
What is the question? Our market is open, by the way. So geniuses among us, please share. But what was the question?
I'm just wondering if you read tea leaves because you're full of insight.
One big giant horrible wife. That's my insight. Oh, and then you die after that.
If everything starts to go down the pan, tobacco stocks generally a good stock to look at as well. The high stress, everyone who's addicted still needs to purchase those sort of things. So I imagine the elastic is non-existent.
Who's got intel?
What's up, ladies?
Loose.
Good morning, Luce.
There you are. Morning,
How are
morning.
you?
Good
I'm
morning,
Morning.
Luce.
very well. I'm exhausted, but I'm well.
Extra mopping tonight or last night?
Oh yes, I was damn, yeah, I was doing some deep cleaning all day yesterday. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Your portfolio got cleaned out again, didn't it?
Sure.
Your your
And
quads must be sore, right? Oh my.
yeah, there was a lightning storm here last night, and I can sleep through like any sound. World War III could happen. Sleep no problem. But if somebody turns on like a flashlight outside my window, it wakes me up. So a lightning storm kept me up like all night.
You live in Brokeback Mountain, right?
That's correct.
Did you throw
Working
out
on the
your
sequel.
imaginary girlfriend a day early?
No, no, she's still around in the metaverse.
If it
Do you
makes
have a
you
wife
feel
and
any
body
better,
program?
like you got woken up last night by a lightning storm, but I got kept awake because my girlfriend was having this like constantly epic dream chain where she would wake up and go back to sleep and the dream would just continue. That her 17-year-old son became a sex trafficker. So it
Oh, that's nice.
yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of sleep in the house of Smite Muffin.
Get to work, right? Yeah, teenager, fucking slacker.
Right, but in typical 17-year-old fashion, yeah, he spent all that time selling human beings, but he doesn't have a cent of fucking money to his name.
He should come on here then.
Right, join the rest of us who also don't have a cent of money to our names.
Speak for yourself.
Also, speak for yourself.
Yeah, Georgia. Well, what are you doing in this crazy market, Loose? Hardy's keeps getting his work deleted.
Honestly, I'm just kind of chilling. Only trade that's like that was going against me was Nvidia. It wasn't like squeezing too hard, so I'm just babysitting that one a little bit. It's going all right. I've made a lot of options trades. I'm selling strangles on Square, or Block, whatever the fucking name is, and I'm pretty sure Ivy's going to contract quite a bit over the next week and a half. It looks like I'm already making some decent change. I'm up 12%, even though the stock's down 3%, so that's pretty good. Let's see what else.
Do you
Trading
know the
Tesla, that's
explanation?
going well. What's that?
Do you know the explanation why Warner Brothers is dipping quite a bit?
Dude, Warner Bros. It's gonna do. Look at stocks right now. I mean, communications, especially the smaller, or not necessarily smaller communication stocks, but more contentious communication stocks. They've been doing that like every day. Like, look at Dish. Dish is being eaten and slammed. So
Well,
it's gonna
it
move in
was just
sympathy.
interesting timing that when you first started talking about it, it started rising pretty well, and then I think it hit a peak around March 22nd.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. It was incredibly lucky that when it started talking about Stellantis, it decided to go on a 70% tear. But that wasn't, no idea that was gonna happen. That was great. I'll take it. But these other stocks, yeah, who knows, man? This is how stocks are gonna move for a while, probably. Look at semiconductor stocks. They just had like one of the best periods of all time when Fed's still tightening, economy's still slowing. Like, what is up with that? It's a
Yeah,
cyclical.
and
I have a theory on that, real quick, Ryler. If you look at
for
the
sure.
interest, they've been dropping. All the interest rates on the Treasury bills and bonds are now under 4% as of yesterday. So naturally, tech, including semis, rises. So I think you're getting some pressure from that market. Would you agree, Luce?
Probably. I think a lot of it has to do with rebalancing. I think that's mostly what it is, because semis have been pulling ahead of everything, getting by a wide margin. So like the rest of tech doesn't look as good. So there's still something there that like semis are like the golden child. Semis aren't affected by recessions anymore. I didn't know that.
Wasn't somebody? It might have been Hardy. They were saying it's basically the new oil. It's like a commodity now.
Oh, well,
It's
I mean, it's
bullish,
cyclical. That's what they
bullish
say every time.
AI.
Yeah, but I mean, so check it out. Like back in, I don't know, when computers first became a big thing, they were saying semiconductor chips, that's the new oil. Demand's going to far exceed supply. Fantastic. Semiconductor stocks start piling into manufacturing, right? Do it so much that within a couple years, what do you know? There's excess supply, even though there was such high demand. And then the cycle continues. The semiconductor chip stocks, they drop. Some years later, the internet, we're going to need, the internet is the biggest thing ever, and we're going to need so much demand. You don't even know, you can't even calculate how much demand we're going to need for semiconductors. They build up supply,
Wait, hold on,
same
hold
fucking
on,
thing.
hold on,
So it's
hold
the
on.
same thing every
There's
time.
been a
Is that,
chip shortage for like the past couple.
yeah, I'm not going to put up with this
We
bullshit.
have an
Uh,
expert now, so let's listen to him.
I'm not going to listen to mindless. But I haven't had a coffee yet. But like there are cycles in the semiconductor space, and that's how it's been throughout all of history. Maybe this cycle is tighter than the last one, but what's happening right now is production is coming online. It's picking up. So it's still like that cycle still exists. So I don't know. I think it's really hard to believe that semiconductor chip stocks are just going to go up from here and the cycles are gone. That would be incredibly surprising because they've always traded like a commodity. They've always been
Right. So
cyclical.
is the analogy between semiconductors and oil just that is the similarity just that they're cyclical? Is that the point that somebody is trying to make?
Uh, I don't know. I mean, they're important, definitely, but that's been the case, right? Since I don't know, like the 80s, 70s, like how long ago, right? Um,
Yeah. I mean, I
yeah.
guess
I mean, I
what you said
agree.
is what you said. I think is correct. I think the cycle is getting tighter. That's a good observation. But I don't know. I don't really see an analogy between oil and semiconductors. That would be the only issue I'd take with anything that was said. And I'm not sure that you particularly were advocating for that, but yeah.
No, I
I don't know
think
what it
the reason
means. I guess, like, I don't know what the purpose of saying that is. It sounds
it's
catchy, but I don't understand the purpose of making that statement.
I guess like because it's become a commodity in a way, but it's more of a resource than
Yeah.
Yeah,
Semis aren't really a commodity, are they?
they trade like a commodity. But again, that's why you just say it's cyclical. Like real estate is supposed to be cyclical, and real estate has had like an 8-year run or something.
Sure. What I think part of the
Uh,
problem, sorry, Luce, on both
go
sides,
ahead.
real estate, more importantly, what you were talking about with the chips, we had a pandemic and we had supply chain stop, and they've never stopped before in the history of capitalism or modern capitalism. So I think we're still unwinding that. So maybe some of the cyclicality, it's not moving like normal speed as we see it, but yeah, it's been cyclical for decades, and you can get burned if you get in on either side of the trade at the wrong time, whether peak versus
Yeah.
trough.
I think one thing that I don't know if you guys have talked about here before, but there was significant demand pool um, coming out of COVID. So basically, a lot of liquidity, a lot of free money, age of easy money, right? And everybody bought. Everyone was buying things, and you get a strong, what was that, like a year and a half, maybe 2-year period, where I guess 2 years, right? Where everybody's buying everything they could possibly like want and need, almost everything they want. And now liquidity is being tightened, money supply is being decreased. At age of easy money is gone, and you can't buy everything you want and everything you need. So, and on top of that, you bought everything you needed for the future, right? An easy example is if you bought a new wash and dryer, new furniture, new fridge, all that stuff for your house, are you gonna need to buy that again in a year or 2 years, especially if you don't have the money? So that's demand pool when you buy everything that you need in the future today because there's so much money. Now reverse that, and that's what we're headed towards, right? I think it's starting now. It's cracks are starting to show, but that's what we're headed towards. So semiconductors are uh, not precluded from that situation. Demand for semiconductors isn't. I think that's key. Like demand pool is literally affecting every sector.
Thank you. Yeah, that's more finite way of what I was trying to say, but I agree with you. Whoa, what was that? Someone's
having a
had
party.
Jesus Christ, or something else.
It's spring break for those of you without kids. Short-term bowl on Anheuser-Busch and emergency medical services.
Was it? I thought it was last week.
It depends on what
This
school.
week
It's
on
like
the West
now
Coast.
to next,
Oh,
next
okay.
week. Mine's in 2 weeks or something, or my daughter's.
See,
Morning.
who's making all the noise?
They're at the
It's
pub.
the spring break kids. Wait, did I just hear Peter Griffin? It sounds like Peter Griffin imitating Chewbacca, and I dig it.
First time I saw Opinion's mic open. What is going on again?
So basically, I guess to cap off the whole semi topic, because I know people are still going to say, yeah, but EVs and yeah, but AI. Yes, there will still be very high demand, especially compared to the past. But you always have to consider supply and the fact that the semiconductor companies don't manage the supply chain very well in aggregate. Some of the companies do, like Broadcom is very good. Texas Instruments is pretty good with that. But the other ones, they just kind of ride the wave. Look at Micron's chart. That's why I think maybe it was like 6 months ago. People were looking at Micron. They're saying it looks so cheap, looks so cheap. A couple guys, myself included, were like, you need to look into Micron a bit because Micron just follows the cycle and they are basically an indicator of the semiconductor chip cycle because they'll say we're increasing production and then the stock price starts falling and it really tanks and that kind of like predicts like a fall in the cycle for semiconductor chip stocks. So you still have to consider supply and you have to know that there are still going to be cycles even if demand could be out of this world, it doesn't matter what it is. AI, like, probably going to overshoot demand because what the hell are we using AI for right now? Like, in mass, in Chat GPT, you know? So, I
Right
think,
now, Texas Instruments is the only one I have as a long-term hold because their PE relative to companies like Nvidia is super low for the sector. It's at 19 right now.
that's another thing. I don't know if you guys remember, but, or if anybody here has been trading for a while, invested for a while, like many years, semiconductor stocks, they used to trade at like pretty damn low PEs. And 20 was like really high. So that's another thing. NVIDIA, I think I pointed out yesterday, even though the price is lower than what it was like a year and a half ago, what was it, like 345, 346? Now it's, is it like 270, 267? Valuation is, as of yesterday, the valuation for NVIDIA was worse, was higher than it was when it was at 346. So it's crazy. Like the valuations are showing you like it's slowing down. So yeah,
My,
If you look at that,
Nvidia's
I was gonna say my big play, if anyone else is looking for a different name in the space, is AMAT, Applied Materials. So they're a little more. They're actually at 16, almost 17 PE right now, but I've just had them in a dividend portfolio for a long time. They've risen so much that the payout isn't that great, but that's a nice long-term holding I've had.
yeah. Oh yeah, Zima. Yeah, Nvidia used to be like in the high teens for the PE. Now it's trailing 12 months is it's 150. 150 PE over the past 12 months. That's what
That's worse
Cisco
than
was in the tech bubble.
that's worse than Wingstop, which is like in the 120s right now.
Oh
By
man.
the I know,
Wingstop defies logic.
I know. I
I
actually
feel
Simple and I
like
got into it one time, and we are on the same side of it. But anyhow, it's funny.
is AutoZone one that defies logic, or is it still good to get into?
I think auto auto industry is really interesting right now. Because I almost just want to say yes because all right, you go back and say all right, we're buying a lot of new cars, especially coming out of COVID, and then the auto parts manufacturers, auto parts distributors, their stocks started doing really well. Now new car sales are going down, right? Used car sales going up. What's the result? Auto parts distributors are doing really well. So I'm like, all right, so nobody's gonna buy new cars anymore. They're still gonna need to work on their old cars, and the older that their cars get, the more work they're gonna need to do. So I'm like, what the hell is gonna cause the auto distributor stocks to drop? I mean, just like a full out recession, right? And people just don't have money, like a bad recession. But they're looking pretty defensive. I thought about shorting AutoZone, just on valuation. And then I looked at the fundamentals and said, you know what, these look pretty good. Then I went to AutoZone. It was fucking packed. And I was like, I'm not shorting this thing, man. This,
In the
yeah.
in the chat, I just posted the all-time chart versus SPY, and it's kind of mind-boggling.
Put it this way, I'd rather short Nvidia or Wingstop than AutoZone.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is the anti-recessionary play because people, I mean, for a lot of people, that's actually their service shop, that can kind of do their own stuff. So you battery, wipers, all that stuff, they just go and do it there. So I agree.
They're also really helpful. I had a car battery die on me while I was out of town, and they freaking charged it for me. I was able to get home. They didn't even make me pay for it, so that was pretty nice.
AutoZone is the people's like auto parts store. Or I was like 18. I didn't know shit about cars. And batteries all messed up because I don't know, something happened, got loose, and then that like blue shit started coming out, right?
The corrosion.
Yeah, and I just walk in, yeah, the corrosion. And I just walk in, I was like, hi, I need a new battery. And like, what car? I was like, this car. And like, here you go. Like good. I was like, yeah, good. And I walked out. Yeah, I don't have tools. So I went back in. I was like, hey, leave this here. So I could try to get my tools. And he's like, you don't have tools. Like I got tell I was young. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. And he's like, no, I got you. And I was like, it's really like it's corroded, so it's really messed up. So it's okay. He's like, no. The guy spent like an hour. Like the guy just works there, works the counter. Spent like an hour fixing my battery for me, like removing it because it was a pain in the ass. And I was like, can I give you a tip? He's like, no, that's not how it works. I was like, do you want a fucking Dr. Pepper? Like, can I give you something? He was like, no, man, that's what we're here for. And I was like, holy shit, this company is for real.
And they still do that, and that's amazing. And yeah, that's why I called it like it can be seen as a lot of people's service shop, and they go there because they know they can get that help. So
Yeah, I used to work at.
Sorry, real quick, in case you don't know, you can take your car to AutoZone and they'll hook up like that little diagnosis machine. I forget what it's called. They can check your car. Like if you have like a light on or something, they can check your car for you and tell you what's wrong with it.
Yeah, the OBD2 port.
Diagnostic reader.
Yeah. So in case you don't know that, like take your car to AutoZone, they'll check it for free, tell you what's wrong with it.
Yeah, I used to work at Sears Automotive a long time ago, and people would pull into the shop and like ask for things, and we're like, no, you have to go to the sales desk. And like we had basically like AutoZone would do everything to like gain customers, and we were told things that basically made the opposite happen. And look where Sears is now.
Did you just admit that you're a criminal? Didn't you guys get in trouble for gouging people? Come on, Ryler.
It wasn't me.
Mm-hmm. I'm just messing with him. He's
That's
good.
why he used to work at Sears Automotive. He left before they died.
Well, I'm if I still worked there before, like I left before I went to college, but I knew people that worked there for like 40 years, and that was like all they did, and kind of feel bad for them, but is what it is.
Hey, does anybody have calls on Activision? Are you guys watching that right now?
Oh yes, thank you, sir.
The news out is basically the Brits are backing away.
So would you guys, because my calls are up pretty good right now. Do you guys think it would go back down again just before that the merger, or do you think it's gonna stay where it is? Because I'm up pretty good on my calls right now.
Merger
Well,
price
isn't there
is
still the
95, isn't
U.S.
it?
side?
Yeah, 95. Yep.
And what did some latter day was that you? You said the waiting. You're a little
Yeah.
quiet.
Yeah. Sorry. I was just wondering, is there still the issue with the U.S. regulatory process? Because I know that, like, someone had said something about them, I guess.
I gotta double check, but I'm pretty sure it was basically all in the EU.
Yeah, it seemed to be more with the it was the UK regulators were
Oh yeah,
very
sorry.
upset. No, it's okay. Just accurate. But I did not think the Americans were really standing in the way without I think they've done enough reassurances that the Americans were okay with it. Was basically the news latter day.
But so my question would I take my money now and maybe see if it goes back down? Because my calls are out for like
Are
the
you
May
in the
ones and I
money?
got some late April ones. Do you think it's gonna dip again? And just
Are
take
you
my
in the
money now
money?
and go?
Are you causing the money?
Well, they're not in the money, but I'm up like
Just say
$2,000,
what strike. What
$3,000.
strike are they? We need details. What strike?
So I got $90 strikes.
Yeah, the April.
You cash if they're April, you should cash them out.
So April, just cash them out now.
We cash out April, and the reason is because the deal isn't supposed to go through till like June, July. So yeah, the price could keep moving up, but it doesn't have to move up by April. If they were for like June or August, I would say yeah, you could probably wait. Like the deal's probably going to go through. But since it's April, I would just cash them out.
Cash them out. All right, appreciate it.
Why not roll further forward though?
I mean, kind of, you could, but those calls are probably going to be shit for liquidity. Let's
I mean,
check
because
right
right
now.
now I have 100 calls.
Yeah.
April 21st, bought them for 20 cents, and they're up to 55 cents right now.
Yeah,
The
dude.
only
Take that money.
thing you could do now is if you still wanted to play this, the only thing you could do now is buy in the money calls, like that expire at the earliest June. But the thing you have to keep in mind is the closer you get to deal closing, liquidity is going to start to dry up. So yeah, so buyer beware. That tends to happen with acquisitions. Talking about Activision, ATVI, it's got approval, or at least the UK is backing down from a pressure on the acquisition. Microsoft.
Some interesting play. I'm doing back call spread on Activision for 95 and 100. I have no idea who is selling me that.
Did you just say you're buying calls on Activision for 95 and 100?
I'm buying 95 and buying 100 as a credit best spread calls.
Okay, but
You're
that's
selling
above.
95.
Yeah. Are you seeing that you're buying call options above the merger price?
He's saying he's selling credit spreads at strike 95, strike 100. And somebody's selling him those 95 calls.
To your point, oh, sorry, I was going to say, I remember when Hardy was talking about his play on this, he didn't want you to go above that 95. He explicitly said that. I remember that.
So, well, here's the thing. Here's why I don't think that's like the worst play ever. I don't like the play. I don't think you're getting paid a lot for that money. But so 95 is the acquisition price. The options market is already starting to price in that the stock isn't going to move past 95. So if you look at, even you go out to June, those 95 calls are trading for 38.40 cents, and that's a 2% annualized cost. That's nothing. That really is nothing. So if you're going to sell those, in theory, it's free money. In theory, assuming the acquisition closes at $95 a share. Now, if some reason the deal doesn't go through, those 95 calls could move up in a big way. because that's no longer a price that the markets think will be worthless, right? So if you were naked and you run that risk and you're getting paid pennies to take that risk, right? So that's why I think the spread, if you're gonna do it, then it should be a spread, but it's still kind of a shit trade, in my opinion. You're still not getting paid that much. You're tying up money to make pennies. It really isn't that much money.
And you also have to think about the probability that it's not going to go through. Like the probability that this merger is not going to happen gets lower and lower with the amount of due diligence that goes into it. And the fact that the EU was looking and scrutinizing the deal so much, it means that Microsoft got a ton of extra time to look at their financials, the Activision Blizzard financials, and look at the company and decide whether or not they wanted to bail out of the acquisition. So, like, what's the thesis behind, like, what would be the thesis behind the deal falling through? I feel like, they kind of gave them this golden window to discover more than they normally could, and they were still interested. So, I mean, I think there's a high likelihood that it's going to go forward.
I think so too. I just think it's a shit trade based on risk reward. Like all of the details aside, it's
Yeah, I
not a
agree.
good it's not a good use of capital. That's what I'm saying. But it's already like it strikes out immediately for me.
Yeah, I fully agree. I thought he was selling calls, which would make sense to me. If you're selling calls above 95, I think that's a much stronger argument.
And I'll just tie this into another stock while we're on the topic. I know we have some Nintendo bulls in here, and there's that 10-year Call of Duty deal with them. I know it's not a lot of money, but really,
Wait, did I just hear that Call of Duty is coming back to Nintendo?
Yes, for 10 years.
yeah, that was part of the appeasement to the UK regulators, and it appears to have worked. Yeah.
Dude, that just makes me even more happy. My gosh, I'm so glad, even though I sold it way too soon, that I sold my GME for more Nintendo.
And they're supposed to come out with a new console as well, so you could see, I don't want to say beefed up, but like the standard Switch controllers suck. But yeah, I could see them profiting off that, right? Having to have some better gear.
The real problem with the current Switch isn't so much that the controllers suck, although that is a pretty substantial issue, especially for me who still plays his first generation console. It's the fact that it can't really handle heavy graphics. That's part of the reason they haven't been able to have Call of Duty for so long, is because these newer games are so heavy on the graphics that Nintendo their hardware can't handle it. So if they come out with a new console, which, I mean, this has been rumored for probably since they came out with the Switch, about them coming up with an upgraded version that can do HD graphics, I think you'll definitely see a huge bullish indicator for Nintendo, because you might have some people who, if they're on the fence about their next console, they'll definitely go for Nintendo if they can get, their games like Call of Duty and that. But and I'm sorry I'm having mic issues for some reason. It's probably my earbud. But if they can get that and they still have this huge family-friendly content that all these other consoles don't have, that's super bullish for Nintendo.
I brought this up last time, but the Steam Deck has been gaining a lot of traction as far as like family-friendly content and the portability of it, and especially since like anything you buy on Steam is backwards compatible, since it's based on Windows, Mac, or Linux, and they're definitely going to be a threat to them in the future, just based on what I've been seeing. But Nintendo still has their own IP that's going to be theirs forever.
I mean, the main thing is, where do you buy Steam Deck?
They don't sell it in stores, but it's priced affordably at this point. There's it's $3.99 for the entry model, and you could pop in like a 2 terabyte micro SD card and fit your entire library on there.
That's my point. Is unless you're looking for it, you don't know it exists. So if with them not having it in stores, that's not a good thing for Steam Deck. They don't even have it in GameStop, as far as I know. So
No, but
there was
I
a
mean
lot
it's
of
still early. This
exposure from the casual people who have no idea what the heck Steam is.
that's definitely a good point. But if they do sell in stores in the future, and if they ever publicly trade, I think that would be something that might contend with them pretty well.
If Valve ever goes public, I'm jumping in so incredibly quick, but that has nothing to do with the Steam Deck.
Yeah, the company itself is just like they have a monopoly on the entire PC gaming market. So I think that's something they should look into.
They own the digital PC gaming market. It is theirs. Do you know how many companies would love to be able to buy Valve and get Steam? The bidding war would be insane between Microsoft and all the other companies if that ever became available.
Hard to agree on that one.
Having
Yeah,
said all that, I think the market for a Nintendo fan and someone who would get a Steam Deck are two very different markets.
No, I get that, and like I personally, like I'm older now. I don't have as much time to play like first-person shooters and other stuff. And they do have like they just recently remastered all of the Final Fantasy games. They're just like turn-based, pixel-based RPGs, and they resemble like the Pokemon games. So it's like there is stuff that is like very casual, and they have clones of other things. Like their version of Zelda is this game called Tunic, and it looks like very similar in graphics. It has very good critical scores, and there's other things out there, and I'm just like I own both systems. I love both Nintendo and Steam, and I think like there's certainly going to be a future where people are going to be comparing the two.
In case anyone was shorting Co-America with me, I haven't been talking about that. I think I mentioned it like a week ago. The RBC just lowered the price target from 83 to 68, citing elevated credit risk. Yeah, so that one's doing pretty well. FRC's down a bit. I'm still trading them, but that one's hedged. And then I have the puts. I've now they deep in the money puts on CMA. And for those who don't know, CMA Comerica was based in Dallas. They were like at the top of that list from Exit or from Morningstar, maybe compiled by Morningstar, I believe. Where their losses from additional other capital versus their equity was like the highest. So they were at the top of the chart for basically being at highest risk for having those unrealized losses on long-term treasuries, securities.
Do you think FRC is going to recover within like a year's time?
It's tough to say. I mean, so let's see. Have they cut the dividend yet? Because if they haven't, that's the next step, and markets aren't going to like that. I think something to consider is legislation that was passed in 2018, or not necessarily passed, part of Dodd-Frank that was repealed or adjusted. I'll say adjusted for the smaller banks. Regional banks really profited off of that, and for at like 4 or 5 year time period following that adjustment, regional banks were trading like high flying tech stocks. Like they're really overvalued. I've been tracking them for a while, and I'm like, I don't know why regional banks are so overvalued compared to bigger banks Like they don't make that much money. They don't grow that much. Um, so now you suddenly everyone knows about the risk that regional banks have, and the prices across the board have corrected. But to me, it's like, oh yeah, they corrected. Yeah, that makes sense. They were overvalued. So if the question is like, well, when did they go back to the values they were trading at before? The way I see this, like I don't see them going back up to that type of valuation because uh, Congress is talking about bringing that legislation back or in some form, right? And in theory, that's what prevented the regional banks from making so much money. I don't know if it's as simple as that, but if that's what led to excessive valuations for them, and that's what's being taken away, why would they be excessively valued going forward? So maybe FRC recovers like 50% of the big drop over the next year, but I don't know. Like I don't think any of these regional banks need to be valued the way they were before.
Yeah, like the reason I ask is I was like considering, given that they've dropped so much, like if leap options would make any sense to profit from the recovery.
Leafs would be tough because maybe go in the money or either that or far enough out of the money to where you're not really overpaying. Because if you looked at IV, like I'm looking at FRC,
Hmm.
IV is, and it's like 1,000 times higher than
Would that still be
what it has
cheaper
been.
than the shares though?
Well, actually, simple answer would be I would just buy the shares
Oh,
because
okay.
I mean, you might say so. Here's the thing, um, and it was already happening, right? So some people were buying monthly calls on FRC, buying the Aprils like last week. Then FRC shot up like I don't know 30% in one day, and their calls they were out of the money. They got at the money, I think, maybe close to at the money. Stock price was up 30%. Their calls were up like 40. It's not really doesn't I want to say it doesn't make a lot of sense, but that means you overpaid for it. You're still making more money on those calls, but what you really want, the big reason to buy calls is because you want like damn good leverage, right? So if a stock price moves up 30%, you want to make 500%, you know? So here's the thing with the leaps is you're paying an extraordinary amount of money for those leaps, like more than you ever will probably on any regional bank, right? Because the IV on the premiums on these really is like big crash moment for those regional banks. Over time, if they don't reach your strike, if they don't move enough, like that premium is just going to get sucked out. So the more you pay, the higher that risk is. So I mean, and you might like if you buy leaps, they might not even they might just match like the stock price appreciation, you know. So like best case scenario, I wouldn't want to buy leaps. If you still wanted to trade options, you still wanted leverage, then I would do spreads.
That's a good point. Thanks.
Yeah, if you buy leaps, you can do a poor man's cover call to reduce cost basis.
So
I've
for
I've heard that people talking about FRC and buying options on them. I heard no one mention implied volatility. That's the premium that you're talking about when
Yeah,
you're
that's
looking at calls
what I was
and
talking about.
yeah.
Yeah, that was the first thing I said. It's like 1,000 times higher than it tends to be.
Yeah, he did say that.
What I'm curious about is market sentiment. Do you guys think we're in a bearish or bullish market?
I think it's hard to tell.
I mean,
Tech
right,
speaking,
if
like
Fed keeps cutting, I mean, because Fed funds futures shows they're not gonna raise rates anymore. They're gonna cut, and I think that's bullish. You know, if that's true, I don't know if that's gonna hold though.
Well, here's the other side of that. The market's not expecting more rate hikes, but suppose the Fed raises rates beyond what the market's expecting. How bearish is
Oh,
that?
that's bearish. That is super bearish. If they go against the Fed funds futures tool.
Because JPOW alluded to a bunch of other tools available at their disposal, but not much in the way of a willingness to use them. Also, Thank you, opinion, for advocating on my behalf. It appears I'm out of Reddit purgatory.
Yeah.
Nice.
Does anyone who uses TA or does TA, what's your perspective
Fans?
on downtrend or the uptrend?
I think Luce mentioned yesterday his point of view on TA.
I only look at long term, like 100-day, 200-day moving averages.
Yeah, what does that look
for
like to you? Did we break the 200 or are we still under the uptrend?
for what SPY?
Yeah.
View?
Yes.
Check the futures. Uh,
We're under the 200.
no, we're still hovering above it.
Okay.
Or,
Right.
sorry, 50's still hovering above 100. Still got room between 100 and 200.
Got it.
It's
Thank you.
bouncing off 200.
Hey, Luce. I'm also shorting CMA, and it's kind of interesting that they seem to be flying under the radar as far as like just social media and just how bad it really is. FRC is all over the place, and everybody's knows about them, but it doesn't seem to be like the word doesn't seem to be out about CMA other than maybe here. It's kind of strange. You don't see them
I
quite
think
as in the news.
yeah, I think so. Something to keep in mind that chart, that list that was being spread all over social media and everywhere, um, it does leave a bit out of context. So like, I picked it because I'm going to be honest. Half of me was like, oh, it's a bank in Dallas that might be insolvent, here pretty soon. Haha, that's funny because I think people in Texas suck at business. Fight me. But so half of me was like, I think it'd be funny if the bank. Well, it's not gonna be that funny. But I was like, yeah, I'm gonna short them because I don't like. I don't like that bank. Whatever. But it was also at the top of that list, and they're gonna have big losses versus their book value, right? But it's not. That's not the only factor, you know. So like FRC, these other banks, most of them, vast majority of them, if not all of them, they weren't doing bullshit that Silicon Valley was, So if it wasn't for Silicon Valley, perhaps none of this would be happening. Or maybe it'd be another bank, right? But if it didn't happen, period, maybe nobody would be looking into these banks at all. So maybe CMA is in a really bad position. Maybe they're okay. Honestly, not sure. I didn't even look that much into it, but just based on that AOCI versus equity, I was like, okay, I'll use this as a hedge. That's
Well,
specifically what it is. I wouldn't be playing it on its own.
well, and the two other things that have
Can you
changed.
remind us where you're at again?
I'm in Dallas, DFW, Texas.
Yeah, and I was going
Dallas,
to say
Georgia.
the two things that have changed though, or one that I mentioned earlier, the interest rates have dropped a lot, so that means everyone's books aren't necessarily as upside down. And secondarily, we don't know where all the deposits are going out of these regionals into the larger ones or into other regionals. So we don't know what the bottom is now compared to their. So we don't know what the ratio is right now. So yeah, some of these banks may not be as bad just by market dynamics in the last 2 weeks, not just the Fed actions alone, but the actual move in the rates.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, a question you mentioned about the leaps for FRC. What about like a spread, full call spread on like a July 24? It looks like if you get like a 15 and then the 40 strikes, it might have a lot of leverage still. And then the break even on it at least looks still relatively low, around like 18 or so. I'm still trying to get my brokerage account up, but like there's a option strat tool that I use to kind of just throw these things together. And then with the bearish kind of bullish sentiment in the market overall, would timing it be worthwhile now though, or with the yield curve like still heavily inverted, are we not really expecting some kind of deep recession? And then when the Fed does pause or pivot, isn't that typically like preceding the market sell off? Like, is that not generally before the worst comes?
Did you say you're looking at July 2024?
Yeah, just throwing it in a calculator, like
Won't get
July
filled.
24.
Won't get filled at a
Won't
good
get filled.
price. The liquidity is awful. So
Yeah, and I'm
I mean,
simply looking
yeah,
at it
that'd be
from
the
the
first thing I say.
point of view that FRC like plummeted. So I typically wouldn't buy leaps on something except for that case. That's the only reason.
If you're just doing a debit call spread, I mean, even January 2024 looks pretty awful. Uh, I mean, good luck like getting a good fill. Um, the front month, April, is tighter, but it's still a little bad. But I mean, the premiums are really high. So typically, like for me personally, I'm okay with liquidity that isn't that great if the premiums are like really high and there's excessive data decay there. Um, so at least you could get some decent liquidity in the front month. And May's looking, yeah, it still kind of sucks for May.
Well, I
Yeah, the
think you
further you
already
go
talked
out, the worse
me.
it is.
I think you already talked me out of the options on that.
But looking at FRC at the current price, it seems like the better idea if you think it's going to recover is to just go ahead and go long on shares.
Yeah, that's what the conclusion we
Yeah,
came to before. Because
sell a put better than longing shares.
Uh,
Or
yeah,
you can do a cash secured put.
that's another thing I was gonna say. The liquidity on the puts, depending on the strike, like January 24, strike 5, $1.90 to 205 right now, and that's like the tightest liquidity I see going out that far, or further. So you could do spreads on the puts, and you should still get good liquidity because it seems like the markets are really digging the put side, versus the call side. So
yeah, that's
maybe
true.
that would be the better play is to just sell put spreads. And if you could even do calendars diagonals if you wanted to juice the premiums.
Like, what about just straight up cash secured puts?
Personally, if you believe the 100% of your heart that FRC nothing else could happen to FRC could cause the bank to go under, then go for it. I'm pretty sure they're good, but I'm not regional bank Jesus. Who the fuck knows,
Yeah.
right? Like nobody was expecting Silicon Valley. Nobody was saying Silicon Valley is going to go under. Well, maybe the bear cave
They
guy.
actually
Yeah.
they're
So,
betting it to go under $1. There's bets on it.
oh yeah,
Crazy.
yeah. So I would be careful about that. Personally, I would still make it a spread. And the way I see it is you're going to get paid so much on those cash secured puts. You should have an extra bit of pocket change to
hmm
make it a spread and hedge. To me, it's worth
So,
it. It's definitely worth it.
so you're saying to use my margin account? Just kidding.
Oh, I
Honestly,
was like, wait, what?
I honestly, as a trader, I don't think any of these like after the news has spread, these high volatile like recovery plays from these banks is not the risk to reward ratio is not doesn't make sense to me, to be honest. Maybe if it was before, like you saw customer deposit reports or before any of the outliers and markers that appeared for this bank collapse, yeah, go for it. Implied volatility
I
is
think
low.
the bet is that
After, it's just
they're going to get saved by the government, and that might not play out. But who
yeah,
knows?
even still, you don't know the timing of when that's going to happen. You know, you're either going
hmm
to be selling or buying premium, and that's capital that you could be using for other better opportunities for the better risk to reward ratio.
Yeah,
That's
and
just
I might just
the news
paper
already came
trade it
out.
for now.
Like you're trying to play something that everybody else already played. So
Oh, I'm just like
They
spitballing
didn't
because like
they didn't save Lehman or Bear Stearns.
yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Like with this kind of situation, you would be looking for other overvalued banks, like banks that seem unstable and more likely to collapse as well with low implied volatility options. I was looking at that's how I made money on Credit Suisse. When Credit Suisse announced that their financial reports were going to be delayed and it tanked, I knew that when they were actually going to be released, they were going to be worse. So I bought more puts, even though their implied volatility was still slightly high. But that was like a low level play. Like I bet $75 for a gain of 800 when that second dump happened. So yeah, that's a good point. You should be looking at other banks that seem unstable, similar to FRC and Signature, and put some low capital on the put, and it's a lotto ticket.
it's a good point.
Yeah.
Cool.
I was looking at Deutsche Bank. Deutsche Bank was another one that showed some action. And here's another thing too about the market, right? You guys you guys are playing long term. But if there's any short term traders out there, like scalpers or whatever, one thing I've noticed is that the 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 money makers and big players are trying to provide as much liquidity as possible in this kind of kangaroo market because no one's unsure of the interest rates. Similar philosophy when, Trump was president and he was doing those China deals. The market fluctuated on news of, Trump says good news on the deal, and then, next day you say there's some complications and the market tanks. Same thing with these interest rates. There's going to be news about, speculation of Jerome Powell pausing the interest rates, and then the next day you hear him like, no, we're still continuing forward. We might even raise interest rates. So when you talk about long term, even, and you think, oh, it's going to go up, it's going to go down. In order to get there, I can guarantee you that there's going to be some price action going against your thesis. So, volatility.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what pushes me more to just holding the shares, because like whenever I do that, I'm more likely to stay the course. When I
So
have options,
if you're
it's
looking for stability, like you're trading your 401ks, one thing I will mention from my experience as an accountant, I used to work in public accounting firms all over the country, and serving clients from individuals to corps and funds. But one security that I've seen in boomers, millennials, zoomers, doesn't matter. No matter what net worth you're worth, they always had Apple. Apple was like the majority of their shares, like in any of the portfolios that I've seen, more than 50% of the composition of Apple. It was it was surprising to me, in my opinion. I think like if you're gonna go more than 10 years long term, Apple would be your safest bet. Selling calls, cash secured puts on Apple, like that shit was
yeah,
just
it's
powerful.
like 20% of my portfolio.
Yeah, second place was Microsoft, but that was like boomer age. I'm talking Apple is the new like yo, that's how you secure your future kind of thing. And if you guys haven't read the news or knew this, Apple has been storing up cash for years, and the market has always been trying to predict like what's Apple's next move. And this probably isn't a lot of money, but Apple recently announced they were going to be investing in media, into feature films released in theatricals. I think the amount was like 1 billion per year. So they're investing in media, and I don't know if that's a
Thought
good
they were
thing.
already doing that. They have their own movies on
Right.
Apple
They're
TV.
putting more but this time it's movies that are being released in theaters, not just straight to Apple Stream. So
Yeah, they've done that already,
yeah,
but they're just continuing. Yeah, I've been a
yeah,
long time
increase.
shareholder.
Okay, yeah,
I'm with you.
increase. Yeah,
Yeah, no,
yeah, they
I'm with
did
you.
Coda, right? Yeah, they had the
It's a
hearing.
very small percentage, though, unfortunately.
I think
And they're trying to build up that whole service business and try to even package it more. They're great. Their ecosystem is the best at putting hooks
exactly,
out.
and I think that's
Yeah,
brilliant. They were focused more on creating the ecosystem before they were thinking about structuring a media curation division. But I think what a lot of big companies did after they saw Disney and Marvel and how much success and money they were able to pull in, I think a lot of big companies are trying to build franchises and pull off a Star Wars or like a Marvel.
There's a guy, Bitcoin, or everybody, anybody, who or Fidelity, Thinkorswim, or Tasty Trade for a new options trader. Uh, Personally, I think Fidelity is okay. The customer service is probably better of the three, maybe. Thinkorswim customer service isn't always the best, but you can do a lot with Thinkorswim, and that's basically the only reason I still use Thinkorswims because I like coded plenty of scripts in there. Um, and yeah, Thinkorswim is just like really rich in features. Tasty Trade is Thinkorswim Fidelity. You can negotiate your commissions. Tasty Trade, you cannot negotiate your commissions. They used to be cheap. Now they're depending on how you trade. They can be pretty expensive. But there's a sort of like I guess like Tasty Trade community. And if you follow, like I still watch them live on YouTube here and there. But there, if you want to basically like kind of have your hand held while you trade options, which it's not a bad thing. It's probably what everybody should do if you're just starting out. I think Tasty Trade is a pretty good way to go. Like you're gonna pay a little bit more, but the user interface is pretty good. It keeps it fairly simple. It's just it's pretty like it's a pretty good platform overall. And then you can learn a lot from their YouTube channel and just kind of like follow along with them and like basically trade with them live if you want to. So I think Tasty Trade is like probably best for helping you learn at the beginning of options trader. Thinkorswim is also really like rich in features.
I absolutely agree with that. And for some just color commentary, the Thinkorswim platform was actually designed by the Tasty Trade guys, and then they went off and formed their own company to make and it's a much more accessible website or trading platform for people who are new to options trading than putting together a complex options chain in Thinkorswim.
What
Chance,
about
I'll
the
tell you, if
with
you sell options, Tasty Trade is like really the best in the business. If you sell options, they do margins like the best, lower
Tasty
margins.
Trade is good. I use them. I used them because I screwed up and I was honest with Thinkorswim. Uh, and that's what I would say is like lie on your applications and just say you have like, maximum experience on options trading. Otherwise, Thinkorswim just they won't approve you for like the level 2 or whatever 3 you need to actually do call spreads and put spreads and stuff, which is like kind of basic strategies, I feel like, but they won't budge on that. And then some of
Fidelity
the
is more
trade-offs
strict.
some of the trade-offs I'll say just real quick is like the Thinkorswim they'll let you do on like multi-leg orders, like one leg cancels the other OCO, one cancels the other or Otoko or whatever it's called. But you can't do that on Tasty Trade, so that's kind of an annoying feature. Is if you want to set like stop losses or like take your profits on those multi-leg orders, you can't do that, and you kind of have to babysit your positions on Tasty Trade. But there's I guess pros and cons. Like you don't necessarily always need to set those limits. You could just watch them. And then I went over to international brokers too, just because they have some like other early pre-market hours. You can trade some like the SPX that you can't do at least on Tasty Trade.
Add to that, the way I see the Tasty Trade, so like that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know if you can now, but I know back in the day you couldn't trade OTC either. Um, so the way I see it, like the limitations of Tasty Trade, in a way, I think they're good if you're starting off because frankly, with trading options, with trading the markets in general, it's super easy to get carried away and to start testing a strategy that you don't even understand or say like I'm going to use these types of order triggers and I don't even know what that really means and you just start doing all this shit you don't even understand and it causes you to lose money at some point. So Tasty Trade in a way like it keeps the training wheels on. Like frankly there's a lot of stuff I want to do that I can't do on Tasty Trade, so I just don't use it. But I think in a way like if you're starting off with options, I think those training wheels are actually a good thing. So I think it'll help you like stay focused and just learn like the basic option strategies first before moving on and be like, okay, now I need those other features and because I know how to use them. So that's what I would say. But again, like it is expensive, so I wouldn't blame you for not wanting to use Tasty Trade. And Robinhood is fucking terrible. Robinhood, if you want to buy, if you don't have a lot of money, want to buy some stocks and just like buy it, forget about it, have to worry about it, whatever, and it's not a lot of money, sure, why not? If you're trading, if you want to trade serious, don't use Robinhood. Robinhood is fucking hot garbage.
What about the with the Schwab merger for TD Ameritrade? Is that going to affect Thinkorswim in any negative ways?
They said there was no plan to make big changes to Thinkorswim. They were going to leave it as is, and I think that's they probably thought about it and were like, the customers the people that have been using Thinkorswim have probably been on the platform for many years, and if they changed it in a big way, probably pissed off a lot of people.
Yeah, you can also. I have all three. I'm on all three. There's some sign up bonuses sometimes, which are worth it.
Make sure you enter the promo code because Tastyworks customer service kind of sucks. I was like looking for my $250 or whatever it was, and then like realized I never got it. Emailed them, and they're like, "Oh no, you did not enter the promo code when you signed up." So they got me on that one.
And Fidelity recently started offering crypto. So I don't know if that's important to anyone, but something else I don't know if the other brokers have.
I don't know if anybody is in on Norfolk Southern or not, but I just happened to catch a glimpse of an article, I guess, about a class action lawsuit for like misinformation and securities violations and all kinds of stuff. But I don't know if that's going to actually go anywhere or if anybody is in that.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
We can hear you, Georgia.
Loud and clear,
Yeah.
Georgia.
Yeah, I have a lot of okay. I just want to bring up a couple of things. Massive amount of bearish option plays on the Russell 2000 index, and then you guys were mentioning Robinhood, which somehow loses. Absolutely correct, of course, but of course lose.
Oh, thank you. That's nice.
But the exchanges apparently there's been you can now trade FUTU with the ticker FUTU, which is a Chinese version of Robinhood. And so apparently now this is the trading is uh, consensual. Well, that's not even a word. Anyway, there's new tickers on the Hong Kong exchange, or there's new tickers on the Nasdaq for that particular ticker. Right, there's a rise in that stock, and if you go over to your options stat and take a look at the bearish option plays on the Russell 2000 index, it's $160 million worth of option plays that are bearish on the Russell 2000. Just bringing that into the environment.
Yeah, it could be a hedge. Russell has like a lot of banking exposure.
And it's not exact, but the Russell also better actually shows the American economy than the overall stock market. You know, it's not really, but it's a closer mix of companies that more mom and pop, really the smaller caps would be in. So if we're going recession, they should go down too, more so than the rest of the market, is my point. Sorry, George.
Yeah, well, no, that's good. I mean, it apparently it's going to buy my lunch for me, so that's good.
Back to the person who brought up Norfolk Southern. We've not talked about them for a while. We talked about it the first 3 or 4 weeks after that accident. I do see that it was hitting a new 52-week low. So there's something to be said about that. It's another class action lawsuit. There's already been one a few weeks ago here in Ohio. I'm west of it, so I'm good. But God love you, Georgia.
All right. Hey, I don't think that was Georgia. That wasn't you. That was the guy just moved the audience, wasn't it?
Oh,
No, Georgia's the one who said the word consensual.
Yeah, no, George is a saint. Yeah, no, the other guy, I took care of the other guy. He's dead.
I don't think any of us have really had positions in it, but yeah, it looks bad to the downside on the rail, for that particular rail. So,
where do you all see the market heading at this point? It seems like we're really kind of trapped behind those kind of support and resistance of those. I think it's like 200-day moving average, and like 100-day or whatever. If you listen to like the Fed talk earlier in the week with the rate hikes, you know, he came out first thing just talking about how the banking sector is stable and that there may be some more, you know, rate hikes, but the language was more bullish, it seemed like, than hawkish. And the only real change I saw was in the 2024 rate going from 4.1 previously projected to 4.3. This year's rate stayed the same at 5.1 being expected.
I mean, Scald's not here, but yeah, I don't think they're. We've talked about this once before, but right now in the bond market versus what even the Fed's just said in this last meeting, they don't match up. So who's wrong, right? There is a little bit of a disconnect. And I feel like the markets are, I mean, we've all said it or heard it. It's a kangaroo market right now, but I think it's kangaroo market to the downside, personally.
I think it's worth it to go with the Fed, because the futures have been pricing in their own structure for the yield curve, and they've basically been wrong so far this year. So I would go with what the Fed says. I think at this point it gets a little more contentious because now it's what with the regional banking crap. Um, some economists are saying that the window for a recession has been pushed up, so that we'll see it a little bit sooner. So maybe that means the Fed is going to pause, but the Fed is still saying like not looking at rate cuts. They're just considering pauses. So I think if the markets are pricing in rate cuts, um, I don't think that's true. I think maybe now because of the banking crisis, we could get rate cuts by the end of this year. But and originally it was we weren't going to see rate cuts until next year. And it's because the Fed wants to make sure that inflation goes down. That's still the number one priority, is getting inflation down. So until inflation's really showing signs of slowing down, I don't think the Fed's going to cut. And that's what they've been saying. So I actually believe the Fed on this one.
No, I do too. And we've spoken about this on the call or the talk that they've said for the last 6 months, like, hey, okay, so if we do break something, we have other ways to fix it on the other end. So they're kind of duct taping it and going as they can and fixing the piping on the back end if there are breaks. And yeah, full steam ahead on rate hikes, right?
Yeah. All this is funny because if you guys remember, before they started hiking rates, markets were yelling at the Fed. Said the Fed doesn't know what they're doing. They need to raise rates. They need to raise rates. It started raising rates. It said it's not fast enough. It's not hard enough. Raise more. Okay, we'll do 75 basis points. No, you need to do 100. So Goldman said at one point you need to do 100. Everybody said keep raising rates. Fed's too slow. They're too dovish. They need to raise rates higher. And they did it. And now what are the markets saying? Fed, why did you do this to us? You're hurting our stocks. Kathy Wood is in tears. Please stop. Why you keep raising rates? It's fucking amazing.
So that's one thing that does disturb me about, and again, I don't want to go back too far into that, but the banks that had the interest rate risk, they had too large of a tranche of bonds at whatever 1.75. They told you the whole time, we're going to raise rates. It wasn't a secret. People said you need to be more vocal and tell us exactly what you're doing. And they told you, and you were still offside. So the executives and their quote unquote compliance teams definitely have a lot of, I think, there's going to be books and movies written about this stuff, not among all the companies, but there'll be a few that it's like, oh, wow, like what were they doing, in my opinion.
Coffee's up today, 0.3%. Anyone else trading coffee? I've been trading coffee for about, I want to say close to 3 years now.
I've been buying coffee for close to 30 years now.
Very nice. Counts. The exchange rate is 10 years of buying coffee equals 1 year of trading it.
Do you do any other commodities then, since you already have access there? Do you have any other favorites?
Here and there. coffee seems more predictable, should I say, relatively speaking. I find it easier to trade coffee than the other commodities. And then the other commodities seem to get, some of them seem to get overly hyped, like wheat. So typically, when I say trade, I'm not necessarily like not day trading. I'm not trying to really identify trends. Really, I'm just kind of coffee. I've just kind of been wheeling it, and it's sort of been this like it's been serving as this uncorrelated asset in my portfolio. A lot of times the markets are down, coffee's either flat, sometimes it's up. If the markets are really down, coffee's down like 0.5%. It will like come down. It definitely has done that in the past, but it kind of has a pretty useful role for me in that it seems to be a lack of correlation with the broader markets. But I'm also like generating premiums by kind of wheeling it, and I've kept it to just the wheel for the past year. Once I realized that lack of correlation was there, I was like, I'm just gonna wheel this. I'm satisfied with that. And other than that, it's just oil and natural gas.
Do you ever do the S&P futures in that account? Not to get too personal, but do you ever play that instead of the options, or do you just prefer the options and ETF? I know your VIX play, your long-term VIX play, but do you do anything specifically in there, or is there just not advantage to doing it?
For the most part, I just trade the options. I won't trade the options on futures. Frankly, I don't have that much capital. That's a shit ton of capital. But I prefer the options because I can juice the premiums. So that's what I tend to do.
Makes sense. Thanks again.
Yeah.
Is that ticker on coffee SBUX?
No, it's JO, in Cup of Joe.
I think we're all pro coffee. We're all pro coffee here, I think.
Yeah, so the general thesis, the reason why I started trading it, I was basically bullish on coffee, but it's like I mean, a 20-year play. I don't know. But climate change is basically like wrecking coffee crops like every year. So at some point, like it's just gonna be harder and harder to keep a reliable to maintain a reliable like coffee crop. So and then on the demand side, so supply side, I think is really fucked over the long term. On the demand side, it's addicting. It's a drug. So through COVID, people really started drinking a lot more coffee. Now everybody's addicted to it. So I don't. Let's. There's like a fantastic replacement to coffee, to caffeine, which holy hell have so many companies tried and failed. Um, I think it's just demand is only going to keep going up, but supply is going to get wrecked over the long term. So it's like it's like Burry's water play. Like that's how I feel about coffee.
No, that's actually, I was going to make a joke about that, but yeah, I totally see the kind of, I don't want to say mirrored images, but you're running a parallel with them, right?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. And this is definitely not like buy some calls for the month. Like, no, I'm just wheeling it. That's it.
Not everyone's.
Yeah, I'm in wheat and nat gas. I'm kind of bullish on both. They hit like pretty low lows, and I think inflation will help them out. I just sold puts though, so it's like a lot lower.
In the last 6 months, retail side's up about 60% on a bag of coffee.
Definitely more expensive. Yeah, that's one penny saver moment. Whenever you see it on sale, and even if it's like buy 5 and do it, just do it. Buy it.
And the market for, I forget technically what they call it for, just I guess like gourmet coffee or like craft coffee, whatever, um, is increasing as like people are developing palettes for it. So in other words, K cups. I think most people realize that K cups are complete dog shit. Keurigs, Um, so I look at Starbucks. They had the what is it, Starbucks Reserve or something. So they didn't have a choice. They had to make something like that to compete with craft coffee shops because craft coffee shops were like exploding in popularity. So with that, there are shops appearing that provide this like finer coffee product or whatever. They market it as such at least, and they charge a premium. And there's a coffee shop in Dallas, around Dallas, that charges like some of their coffee. They'll charge like $8 for a cup, just a regular cup of coffee, because it's like rare coffee or something. It's extra special coffee. Probably not, right? It's not worth $8. People are paying for that. So if you raise the price like that, and then you go back to the producers, the farmers, and say, there's a market for finer coffee, and we want you to tend to the crop better. We want like a more specific crop. We just want better quality coffee. It's going to cost more. So I think in this case, demand is actually driving a little bit of supply on that side. So that causes prices to go up.
Even though you're already all here, just to go ahead, Latter Day. You're still pretty quiet, buddy. Go ahead and talk though.
Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on with my earbuds today, but yeah. Obviously, from my name, not very bullish on coffee. I avoid it like the plague. So there are people like me, and we're knocking on your door.
Yeah, I'm gonna offer you coffee when you knock on my door. That like scare your people away.
I mean, I got offered beer a couple times. I even got offered someone's wife once. It was kind of weird.
Pretty nice. That's nice of them.
One of his wives or their wives.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a bunch of polygamous groups in Utah. The actual Latter-day Saint Church hasn't practiced polygamy in like 150 years. But this guy, I don't think he was a member of the church. Not with the conversation they were having. It was in the middle of an argument that he offered his wife's services to my companion and I at the time.
Okay, so latter day, what do you gamble on then? Because that's the thing. That's the thing.
Yeah, if not coffee, I mean, there is hot chocolate, so look into that. So you can still potentially be bullish on Starbucks and that, because I do enjoy some Starbucks hot chocolate. Not gonna lie.
Sugar rush. There is caffeine in chocolate too, actually. So
yes,
That's good. That's nice.
It's
I
an
personally, I
interesting
enjoy the visit. I
alternative.
personally enjoy the visit.
Oh, Utah is beautiful for anyone who's never been. I've been through there. It's not actually to spend the night too, driving.
Is anybody looking at Silvergate? Up 71%.
Oh Lord, what's going on?
That's it.
No idea.
So latter day, just out of curiosity, what are you invested in?
Me personally, right now, the company I'm probably most invested in, and it's doing terrible. It's officially in penny stock territory. Is Teleron. The reason I'm bullish on them is because I helped build a facility for their CEO when he was the CEO of Cheniere, and I agree with his business model. I just really wish it would be above $1. That'd be great. But
Jesus Christ, the voice is 10 times different with a new mic.
I don't know. I thought it was okay before. I think it's just the earbuds are being weird today.
Yeah, my advice, Latter Day, is almost every headset as a mic sucks on Discord. It really does. I just use the phone mic.
It's good. It's good. It's fine. It's fine.
He's quiet though. But anyhow, morning.
Yeah, or good day.
Morning Simple. So I'm into that one. I'm also into Nintendo and Google. That's the main ones I'm in.
I wanted to share something with the audience. So I just banned a person that said that we need to short meta together on the sub because he said we. I had justified reasons, boys. He said we need to short the meta. Not abuse.
I'll leave it up to you, Simple, since apparently you have the capital to make a difference. Go right ahead.
I think you mod accordingly. Simple. Have at it.
I'm just fucking around.
Well, now I don't. Well, now I don't trust anything you say.
No, I
You
fuck
shouldn't. He's
around.
in the Croatian mafia.
Well, when Moss, boys? When is Moss? Where are all my GME back holders? I'm still waiting.
Hey. You can't. Don't talk mess about GME, okay?
Loose, I just want to know when,
Soon. I love the MOAS. Everyone, keep expecting the MOAS.
The DRS
Please.
is coming, right, or something like that. Is that part of
Yes.
it? Yeah, that's part of it. Good.
Yes, and thank you, all the MOAS believers. Thank you so much. Simple knows how thankful I am.
Rad must be in a meeting because this is his shtick.
Simple. Somebody wants to know how many cars did you crash into today?
Dude, I'm just reversing in my Mercedes like nonstop, trying to find a parking place, and I'm gonna fucking crash now. I crashed maybe 2-3 cars, but they weren't my fault. So yeah, only one was my fault. Porsche wasn't my fault. That wasn't my fault.
Yeah, but if you're always at the accident,
Yeah, I mean, if you're always in accidents, I mean, only accident I was in was a woman raced around a curve, a one-way street, and she was going the wrong way. That's what it took for me to get into an accident. As a woman, I'm just kidding. It was somebody going the wrong way, but yes, she was a woman. Because I've never been in an accident, Simple. So how do you keep getting in accidents, huh? Tell us. You want to share that with us right now? I think you just got in another accident.
I thought I heard a crunch on his last open. No jokes out there. Put your phones down if you're driving. Seriously.
Yeah, you did, but you dudes keep bugging me. So now I have it in my head, in my head again, in my hand.
Are you banning people while driving?
Like, fuck you.
Answer your question, Leonidas. No, it was not a sexy woman. I would never have sexed her. She had her nephew in the back seat, by the way. Yeah, he was okay. My car was murdered. No mistake. And my face was kind of murdered, but it's all good now.
Is this where you get your venture capital from?
That's actually a really stupid story, but long story short, I got fucked. It wasn't 100% the person's fault. I'm not going to bore everybody with the story, but let's just say I never actually got all the money I'm owed. But,
You Americans have dumb laws. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I'm paying for almost everything out of pocket, so I don't want to talk about that.
Well, if you got fucked and got paid, that's not a bad deal.
Well, I get fucked all right.
Yeah, they just didn't kiss you. It's rude.
Wait, is opinion still a hating veterans? Opinions say something if you don't.
Yeah, if you love veterans, say it. If you hate them, don't say anything at all. Opinion.
God damn, he's still at his old ways,
This is
Louis.
just unacceptable. You're incorrigible. Opinion incorrigible.
Still at his old ways.
Would I be willing to invest in your gay maid cleaning service? Hell no, because you're a competitor. I would take you out. All right, compete with my business.
So streaming cleaning house has definitely been talked about on this Discord before.
Oh, yes.
No, there were some requests for me. I'm like, no, that interferes with my other channel.
So, did people, whoever played GameStop earnings, did you at least cash out some? Or
hell
like
yeah.
calls? Okay.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, hell yeah. Eight bagger.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
You need to post it, or you're getting banned.
Pardon?
Post game porn. What's game porn?
I didn't. Well, I guess I could.
Yeah.
No, you need to, or you're getting banned now. You can't say you have an 8-banger and don't.
True.
Then you
That's
don't post.
pretty. Yeah.
Well, how do I put? I mean, I can show the buy price of the options and the sell price of the options.
There
Yeah,
you
you
go.
know where there's a green plus, with the amount. Maybe post that thing.
Yeah, that's I will say in his favor, that's Genome. I'm fairly certain that guy speaks the truth. You know what I mean? He's been here for a while. But yeah, if simple ask, you got to prove it, I guess.
No, come on,
okay.
boys. You know the rules.
Yeah.
The rules are older than the Bible. If you say you have an 8-banger, you need to prove that.
Okay.
Sorry, I
Right.
believe him, but I get the rule.
I will post it.
Remember, I
He was
tried to
waiting for
post.
that. He's rage modding in the car.
I remember I tried to post my game porn on my Zim dividends, and it got removed like twice. This was before where Simple and I were mods. I couldn't post my game porn. It was like 27K in dividends. Zim. I tried to post, and I think there was like before it was removed, there was like one comment. It was like, "Boo dividends, gay boomer." I was like, "Dude, this is 27K, man." Like, but it just got removed, so I couldn't post. I was like, "All right, I don't know how to do this."
The only reason why I'm sad that Hardy got banned from Reddit is I didn't get to see his game porn.
Oh
Not
no,
one.
he's back. He's back,
Oh,
right?
he's back.
Yeah, I think Opinion saved him.
Oh, then he's gonna post his game porn. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, he was working on stuff and he kept getting deleted his work before he got back on, but he got on about 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago.
Yeah, he's back. So now he can post game porn. Simple. That you've been asking about.
I can't wait for that.
I'm waiting a long time.
So I use Schwab. So it's actually 536% gain on the options. But does someone know how to like display it so that it doesn't like totally dox me and show my holdings? Like how do I do it on Schwab to show the gain porn? I'm happy to show it. Just
do MS
I don't know how to
Paint,
do
or if it's on your phone, just you can edit like pictures on your phone. Little pen or marker or something.
Yeah, like if you
I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, like if you screenshot it, then you can take like the marker function, mark out your name, your account number, redact document like you're a lawyer.
It's for the karma, and just make sure
Yeah,
you
but that-
don't accidentally show your gay porn. Thanks for reminding everybody individual gain.
I get that part, but how do I where do I go in Schwab? Because in Schwab it just shows me the day that I bought it, it shows me the transaction, and the day that I sold it, it shows me the transaction, but it doesn't show the. Do you know what I'm saying?
You should.
Like I noticed some of you
There's
guys
something
like
that
when you
says
show.
like bought contracts this price, sold contracts that price.
Yeah, I can do that. Sure.
Yeah, just do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Simple
all right.
leaves, super simple arrives. Welcome, super simple. Literally
Hey,
on and simple left.
I heard his voice before. No, and about doxing yourself, please, please, people, try not to. There's just too many.
Super
It's like
simple
people are
will
just
find
like,
you.
yeah, it's serious. Yeah.
You're like a bloodhound with people de-doxing themselves.
Well,
I
it's hard
almost
not.
did it. Well, I guess I kind
Yes.
of did it one time, but no one knows because super simple. My man caught it.
I was like,
He's triangulating your position right now.
Yeah, he sensed it. He was like, someone has DDoSed themselves.
Do you do water dowing too? Right? You go out we take you out look for water.
Seriously. Well, like this is how I find water. I end up like with my boots on, and I just like walk into it, and it's like, oh, there's water. Like that's how bad these doxes have been.
He knows where all are. Great. Just wait for.
People keep sending me feet pics, demanding my info, and I'm like, this is not currency to me.
I'm sorry about that, Luce. I didn't mean to do that. I won't do it again.
It was the one time, so I'm merciful. I forgive. I never forget. Someone make a new account, simply loose. I think that's what we used to refer ourselves as. Loose Vice, Simple Ventures.
Wait a minute. Who's loose? What?
Lewis, actually, as someone called me. The Lantis. What's the Lantis doing? Pull back. I gotta say that thing's been pretty resilient.
Is anybody playing Zero DTE Spy today? For a bit of the retarded fun.
Asking the hard questions.
No.
What do you guys think about LABU or LABD? LABU is down quite a bit. I'm just curious what you guys think about the biosector right now.
Apparently they're short on
monkeys
they're
and
short on
labs.
Yeah, there's
Thank you,
calls on
Gino.
monkeys. Calls on monkeys. Oh yeah.
Fucking dying.
They have enough unga, but they're lacking on the bunga, and that's the opportunity you need to play.
Just realized Stellantis announced their dividend. I don't even know when they did that, but the dividend coming up, I believe it's semi-annual dividend. Dividend coming up is $1.43. It's over 8% yield. Just for that
That's
dividend.
big.
It's pretty damn nice. Yeah.
What's the X date on that?
The April 24th.
Nice.
Pretty nice. That's just one semi-annual dividend. So, like, yeah, that's pretty fucking good. The annual yield's going to be like 10%.
Luce, have you seen Pure Cycles up 5% because I don't have an end to that sentence.
Because fun. Because it's fun.
It's a meme now. It's a meme now.
Yeah, I mean, I was shorting. Let's see. I predict it's going to follow a similar pattern as Big Lots. Big Lots, I've been shorting since, say, I don't know, September? Is it? It was above 20. It had to have been September because it was above 20. And it just kept dropping. Oh, man, Big Lots been sucking hard. And occasionally it would have these little spikes. And for those stocks that have these gradual declines, these little spikes, they're just correlated to crowded short positions. So here and there, you have short sellers either getting squeezed or they're just closing out a bunch of positions. Then you see a bunch of other like crappy companies trade up in sympathy with them. Big lots, it was like clockwork for big lots. I mean, if you look at the chart, it's like 3 red days, 1 green day, 3 red days, 1 green day, and like here and there would kind of like break into a different pattern. But that's basically what it was. So anytime I saw a little squeeze, sometimes those movements were like 7, 8%, and I'm like, well, what the hell is going on with big lots? But over time, yeah, I shorted. I think it was like $22, $23, something like that when I shorted. I closed out half last week, and yeah, I'm still holding. Now it's at 10. So yeah, I think PCT will follow the same path. I'll take a couple little no reason squeezes in there. No problem.
Also, speaking towards your plays, Save is now what, half the acquisition price? Less than half the acquisition price?
Yeah, less than half. Dividend, 10-cent dividend was today, and they're giving Blues promising what 10 cents per month until the deal gets approved. So yeah, it's probably going to go through. It's going to be a while. There's going to be a lot of fears that it won't go through, but yeah, it's probably going to go through. So
10
at
cents
least
per month beyond the date, right?
I think it's until approval date.
Oh.
I might be wrong. I'm gonna have to double check, but I'm pretty sure it's until approval date. But yeah, either way, it's 100% upside. Then from here, I don't know. Like Spirit is it's actually a decent company in terms of like fundamentals, financials. But it's trading like it's dog shit. I don't know. Maybe there's like 30% potential downside Spirit because the markets don't like it. But for 100% upside, like I'll take that bet. Okay. Thanks, Josh Hendo. The Spirit lawsuit is set for court on October 16th. To know. But yeah, wait, is a riot still occurring in France? Is it still on fire?
Oui. C'est la vie.
King of England. Yeah, the King of England canceled his trip.
They
Right,
tried to
right,
take
yeah.
pensions. They tried to take pensions away in France. Well, I guess not take it away. That's not fair. They tried to
They're just
make
raising
the age of
money,
retirement older in France.
literally
not
from
why.
62 to 64. It's so stupid.
I thought it was
Then,
the 65.
The French like barely work though.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, in
Yeah,
the,
but
in the in the UK, our as is drives 68.
Yeah, cries in French.
they
is it-
barely work, but they also don't stand for
Cry,
these types of
cries,
things.
cries in baguette.
Yeah, je suis une chatte. That's a message to all the French people out there. Yeah, just can we like drop? Can we do like airdrops of Nutella across France? Will that calm them down?
It's just sugar, but they like wine and baguettes better, I would say.
Cheese.
Oh
You
wait,
gotta drop
Monkey,
some
do you
cheese.
not know? Do y'all not
Fromage.
know about the Nutella riots?
Fromage.
Does anyone remember the Nutella riots, man?
Please share. I actually don't know.
They
And I've
just
had
throw
Nutella.
Nutella.
It's good, but it's sugar. But go ahead.
Who? Well, I'll have to look it up because I don't remember the specifics. I just know there were literally riots over like a Nutella shortage or alleged Nutella shortage. What was this like 3, 4 years ago? I can't remember.
Something like that, yeah.
I mean,
I don't think that's real. I think you just made that up.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up. I swear. Let's see. Ants Nutella
And by the way,
I
I'm,
didn't
I'm
even
part.
have to finish typing it. Google already knew. Tell a
Well,
riot spread across French supermarkets, January 2016, 2018. I'm copying the link. I'm going to share it.
BBC, BBC.com news.
Yeah, there you go. Look at that. I don't make stuff up, kids. I don't lie. I'm
It's funny
telling
though.
you. Now, but get this now. Anything I say after this, somebody's like, that doesn't sound right. Be like, nah, Luce was right about the fucking Nutella riots. So everything else is true.
And I'm part French, by the way, so I'm allowed to do this. Like very little, but the DNA. Yeah, I'm like, yeah. So, carry on.
Yeah, dude, Nutella riots. Oh, if we just airdrop
What I just
Nutella.
posted?
Oh, let me see.
The garbage workers have stopped picking up garbage in Paris.
I mean,
yeah, apparently it's extremely smelly now. Like it's
Yeah.
ridiculously like sticky,
More than normal.
even more than it was before without the garbage.
So whoever wanted Colgate earlier, I mean, you thought they weren't using deodorant before. Oh, it's no work.
Hey, keep an eye on Total Energy. The ticker's TTE, and they are a pretty damn well valued oil and gas integrated oil and gas company based in France. So if this gets crazier and affects the stock price, it could be a pretty good buy.
They're gonna go after the reactors. They're gonna go after the reactors.
Nice.
Hey, Rad, your mic's been kind of bad today. Just a heads up. I mean, we can still hear you, but when you go in and out, I can tell it's different. So just a heads up.
Liar.
I posted that game port for GME in the chat. If Simple would care to take a look, it's 500%, 500 some percent. I was wrong. It's not 800. It's 500%.
Tag him. It's simple. It's
Yo,
game
that's a
22.
ban.
Rad must be in a mine today. He sounds like he's underground.
Simple Vice, right? 8280.
Or yeah. Are you tagging him here in the chat?
I'm tagging him in a reply to the post.
Yeah. Just it should pop up. Yeah, Simple Vice.
Have I improved my mic quality?
Yes, way better. Yeah. Thank you.
I don't want to get banned, so there it is.
Thanks, Genome.
Wait, did you
Welcome.
have an or ban thing come across?
I didn't, but he said if I don't post it, I'll get banned.
Simple's he's the multi-bagger police. So whenever somebody says like I made a multi-bagger on this, he's the enforcement. If you say it, you got to post proof.
I assume he'll post his meta bagger when that totally happens.
Simple couldn't even get his fucking trading account set up because he didn't want to give them his address and shit.
He didn't want to give his bank his address.
He didn't want to. It was Interactive Brokers, and he didn't want to give them like some information. But from what I hear, like, I mean, well, maybe some of you guys in Europe, like, it's data privacy is very different than it is in the Americas. Here we're just like, yeah, who wants my social? Does my barber want my social? Okay, you can have it. You're not gonna do anything with that. And they're like, no, you can't have my phone number. You can't have my like anything. You can't have my age, whatever. And a lot of websites are very protective of personal data over there.
Pretentious.
The
word you're looking for is pretentious.
Pretentious. But yeah, and apparently it was like a big deal, and Interactive Brokers actually changed their policy a little bit recently because apparently it was that big of a deal. So yeah, I think he finally got his account set up after like a year and a half of talking about, oh, it would have made so much money. Oh, I told you, I would have made so much money on the puts. Oh, I'm like, dude, no, you wouldn't because you don't have a fucking trading account. So
Well, in his defense, as a small boy growing up in Croatia, he often dreamed about having the opportunity to make a trading account.
Just making it is the dream.
But they do have some significant fines for data breaches. So, yeah.
Sad laugh.
In Europe, we just riot over Nutella. So, yeah.
Yeah, as long as they send you a small pack of a packet of Nutella with like the request for your data, they're good to go.
Why the fuck is Silvergate up 78% today? Are they not shutting down? I thought they liquidated.
This is squeeze.
See, Silvergate Capital shares are trading higher as traders circulate a rumor that a crypto exchange is trying to buy the company's trade processing technologies. So for those who don't know, the term circulate means that this is old news.
Because when I think of a failed bank that screwed up their investments, the thing that reassures me is knowing that crypto bros are going to try to take over and fix it.
The crypto companies that are sticking it to the financial system, right? They'll protect your crypto assets, and where do they keep their cash? In the financial system.
The well-known, properly hedged crypto people as well, because since hedging was the issue for this company, the crypto bros be sure to hedge properly to make sure it doesn't repeat.
And isn't Coinbase's second line on their income statement is money they make off the stock market too? Coinbase, I think it is. I think Scald's brought that up. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, they probably have like short-term investments. So like
correct.
securities. Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's actually I forgot to mention this. I've been meaning to mention this. So I think everyone knows now what long-dated securities mean. And how that could be quote unquote risky, right? Depending on what happens. So if all these regional banks had held to maturity losses on their long dated securities, that could be a problem for other companies doing the same thing, right? So how many companies that have merged with a SPAC or IPO'd recently, any company that has its maybe high growth, not profitable yet, a shit ton of money from an IPO from shareholders and is sitting on that cash, is hoarding that cash. There are a lot of those companies that put that money into long dated securities. So, like, I think Palantir was one of them at one point. I think off
Lucid.
the top of my head. Yeah, Lucid probably. Yeah. Maybe Rivian. I'm sure there are many. No, I've seen plenty of balance sheets where these recent IPOs, they just have a ton of money in short-term investments. You could also see it on the statement of cash flows. You'll see they'll have get like 6 billion in cash from an IPO, and then statement of cash flow is like, oh, 4 billion put into short-term investments, like immediately, because they don't have any use for that money. So my theory is if those short term, they call them short term investments or marketable securities, it can be both. I should clarify, it could be both short term and long dated. But if they put a big amount of cash into those securities, they could experience something similar to what the regional banks just did. Maybe okay. Let me clarify again. Their cash, their investments, their securities investments could be at risk. I should say that specifically rather than be just like the banks. So in other words, they'll have to like mark down those securities at some point in time, and they'll have a bit of a cash crunch.
Appreciate the good news. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I want to know if anybody is looking into shorting the real estate market. Just looking for any plays there.
did like a year ago.
I think there's more. There's more downside.
And
Sure.
you could go pick some of the REITs. You know what I mean?
I was looking at VNQ, but if there's a better one, more specific.
O
specifically
ticker
commercial.
is O. I know that's one that I've heard people.
Oh,
but yeah, that's literally the
Cool.
ticker. I don't
Real-
know
yeah.
too much about them, but I've seen people be bearish on them, kind of with the same thesis.
I see it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Commercial.
Definitely do your own GT, but yeah, just I know those are a couple. I've never sorted that in the way I usually just long term holder, small amount of REIT.
Oh, market's pretty flat today, huh?
And Luce, how did you play it last? It is. How did you play the REITs last year? How did you short the real estate?
I think it was man, it's a while back. It's like over a year ago. I shorted mortgage-backed securities actually.
Oh, yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to.
What was the ticker? It started with the V. Know that. EMBS. That was the one I shorted.
EMBS.
And I got out of it a while back.
Oh.
So yeah, when the Fed started talking about going crazy with raising interest rates, I was like, I think it was pretty obvious at that point that mortgage-backed securities were going to drop. Is that was one thing they were talking about, offloading a bunch of mortgage-backed securities and letting a bunch fall off the balance sheet. That was like the biggest thing. I remember Powell specifically mentioning like, housing and the mortgage-backed securities, and they were like, "That's one of our priorities, is to get rid of those." So yeah, and then I want to say I got out at like, I think I waited till it bottomed. Oh, I was out before that. I was out like September. It was at like 45. I got out.
Yeah, but this liquidity sucks.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's really bad now. Holy hell.
Say, are they usually worse on REITs since they're not really overly traded in the market anyhow, Loose?
Yeah.
It just depends. I mean, you can find good ETFs. Some of the REITs could be good. Like, just look up EMT. Front month is probably good. And liquidity is okay. I think in general, yeah, like you're just not going to see a lot of trading. You're not going to see heavy volume on REITs. Maybe you could find a good ETF. Like, maybe.
So maybe I should just short the fucking security. Thank you. Yeah, this is all good stuff.
It's come down a lot.
Yeah, dude.
Are-
I'm telling. This is not financial advice. I personally think real estate's the last one to go. We have one more leg
Is your
down.
housing market really that unstable? I figured with everyone locking in or like re-upping their mortgage when it was so low, people are just locked in wherever they're living for the next, good
Here's
chunk of
my
time.
thinking, right? Yeah, you make a good point, right? But who's the person loaning that money to that guy, right? At 0%.
Well, those people are fucked.
And then let's say it's a bank, or let's say it's a fucking whatever it is. That guy, does he have a fixed interest rate loan for whatever money he's giving out to people? Like, and it just passes on the buck until eventually, doesn't somebody have to say, no, we don't have a fixed income interest rate of 0, like because the Fed raised rates this year. So
No one's got 0. I don't know where you got that 0 from.
low.
Even
No, but 2%. I'm sure
Yeah.
people have 2.5%.
Right. That's same idea. Like if you locked in at 2%, some guy up the ladder, like you can't go on a locked rate of 2% forever because it's all linked to the fucking Fed share rates. No? Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
Sorry, were you saying you can't lock in interest rates because it's linked to Fed interest rates?
Right? Doesn't it eventually have to link to the Fed's interest rates?
Yeah, so like what I think what's super simple is talking about, correct if I'm wrong, talking about the rates that have been locked in, like very low, right? Now,
so
yeah,
like
if you
for-
want a house. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So like everyone who had a house or was trying to buy a house at that time were like, I'm going to re-up my mortgage or I'm going to be buying a new house because interest rates are so low. Now no one's moving. So it's a different market. And the people who are trying to get a house just they either there is nothing available and or there's, you know, it's too friggin' expensive. The rent's too damn high.
Rent's too damn high. And I think this is more that I don't think Super Simple. I don't think you were here earlier, but I was talking about demand pool. And real estate is just another example of that. So you have a lot of people locked in very low interest rates. They're gonna stay in those homes, like you know,
Yeah,
they're
but
not gonna move.
my question is okay, they locked in those interest rates, right? Like 2%. But who's the person that lent them that money at 2%? Where did that guy get that money?
From the Fed, basically. You know,
Okay, and
major
doesn't the
piece of money.
Fed
Yeah.
does the Fed give out like to these people locked interest rates at 2%? Or what's the whole point of rate hikes if that's the case?
Well, at that time, the interest rates, when they gave those loans out, the interest rate was 0 or like 1/4%.
At locked in rates. So the Fed gave out loans at those locked in rates, but now they're raising them. So I could be wrong. I the fact that, he's not gonna fuck over people with locked in interest rates, then that's fine. But
Yeah. So I think there's a disconnect. Sorry, not to jump in, but um, when people sell the mortgages, they're selling the mortgages to other banks, and they are creating that interest rate. The Fed is not actually. They were purchasing some mortgage-backed securities, but they're not the ones. They've been letting this fall off the balance sheet. So as the interest rate goes up, the mortgage rate has gone up. Most people can't get below 5 or 6% right now. But the people that sold you that mortgage at probably more realistic of like a 3 or 4%, maybe high twos in the last few years, but no lower than that. They're not that upside down on that stuff. So there's been way better hedging, way better capital and asset management, and way better underwriting in the housing sector. It is not the wild, wild west pre 2008 again. So there isn't a risk. The Fed doesn't directly worry about that and set the rates that you're buying your mortgages on, but there is a correlation with them rising the rates and mortgage rates going up. I hope that helps.
okay, yeah, it does. It does. Okay, I understand now. That makes more sense. So
No, it's okay. And trust me, it's very tricky. And it's very hard to grasp. You know what I
so
mean?
let
But
me
there
get
is a
this.
core. Go ahead.
Let me get this straight. So, for example, a homeowner, just a normal schmuck, gets a loan for $100,000 at 2% locked in. And then at that time, the bank gave him that money. They got the loan for 2%, $100,000 from the federal government. So now, fast forward 2 years later, that $100,000 is still locked in at 2%. So as long as I'm just running my mind here, as long as the Fed like projected and is able to sustain the $100,000 at 2% at the end of the expiry of the loan on their balance sheet, then they're good. Like there's nothing to break, right? As
Yeah.
long as
So yeah, and the other thing there, the only thing I would add is that uh, a bank is a loan 2%. Fed probably gave it to the bank for 1.5, right? So they
okay.
make a spread there, right? But it's locked in. Like if the banks locked it in, which they did with the Fed, right? Then it's locked in, and that's that, right? And then the Fed will take that that balance goes to their balance sheet. They take that on their books, right? But it's still locked in. The Fed and decide at some point to like sell off those securities, but
Mm,
it's completely on the Fed. That's why the Fed's balance sheet is fucked in this case.
gotcha.
That's
Gotcha.
what Yellen when Yellen came in, was it like I don't know, 2016 maybe Yellen, maybe it was 15, spooked the markets a little bit, but Yellen pulled this magic trick where she was like, "Oh, apparently every time the Fed makes a big decision, it freaks out the markets. What if we said we're going to tighten, but the Fed is going to take on all the shitty assets or all the bad debt or all the low interest debt on their own books?" That's what the Fed did, and that's what they still have in the books. They're still trying to get rid of it, but the fact is, they took it on at basically a premium. Now they're getting rid of it at essentially a loss. So they're the losers in this case.
So the taxpayers are paying the loss. Fuck me.
I mean, there's the Federal Reserve isn't necessarily like they make a lot of money. They make a lot of their money from the banks. Right?
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Got
So
got
like, kind of, sort of. If it was fiscal policy, then it's 100% like yes, it's the taxpayer, right? But monetary policy, it's yeah, they make a lot of money from the banks.
So in the end,
Historically, yeah.
it's the banks that are taking on all the risk. Am I understanding that right? The
Well,
banks.
no, the Fed took on most of this risk.
Oh, okay, okay. But
That's why
they're doing it at the expense of the profitability they have with the banks.
right. It's at their own expense.
Gotcha. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So they gave, and basically that's the big criticism of the Fed over the past 15 years is that the Fed, like, it was the biggest bailout in the history of the world, and they basically said, banks, Wall Street, you do whatever you like, and we'll finance that. And if something bad happens and asset prices drop, we have to raise interest rates. Don't worry about it. We'll take on all the expenses. We'll take on all the losses. That's why people hate the Fed. When you know that, you're like, holy shit! Like because that was monetary policy. That was between the Fed and the banks. That wasn't between government and the
Yeah.
people. You know. So
Yeah.
you see where I'm going. So yeah, it's but yeah, I'm trailing off, but yeah, it's the Fed they're the ones that are holding the bags.
And that's where you hear that term, the socializing losses. It's on that side with fiscal, right? It's the Fed doing it, unfortunately. It's not really a direct correlation to like normal taxpayers, but yeah, we're eating the bad management, mismanagement.
Don't forget too that most of these banks don't hold the paper on the mortgages they write. They still sell them to the secondary market, which is Freddie and Fannie. And how much of Freddie and Fannie's assets 2008 are still on the Fed's balance sheet.
Yeah, yeah. And
Oh,
China
shit.
had a lot of that debt too. China was pissed about that.
Thank you. Freddie Mac. Are they still listed? Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae?
One of them?
I think so, yeah. Yep. And then JP Morgan also took on Bear Stearns' bad mortgage debt. So
Right.
there's little pockets of that still in the system.
What's the ticker for Fannie Mae or Freddie Mae? Freddie Mac?
Real quick, somebody pointed out DRV. I think it's a triple leveraged bear real estate ETF.
Oh.
So if you wanted something else.
That's true.
Fannie Mae, I think one of them isn't rated. I don't remember which ones are.
Oh, dude, there's no way that one of them is still up after what happened. Holy shit.
Fannie Mae is OTC FNMA. It's a penny stock.
Oh, okay.
But somebody, maybe we talked about it at the beginning of this week. But there's a really good documentary that PBS did. It's on YouTube. It's called, their channel's called like Frontline, or maybe that's a playlist or whatever. It's called The Age of Easy Money, and they explain the whole narrative since the housing crisis, and up until today, up until the banking crisis. It's a really good documentary.
Oh, this is new. Yeah.
Yeah, let me
That's cool.
that should be it. Yeah, just post it in the comments. It's a really good documentary. It's 2 hours long, but like it's a very well told story. And it is kind of like, Ed, why did you do this? And did you know that you're wrong? And you take responsibility. There's a little bit of that, but it's not really like rage pointy. Like I found it more like educational, just a good like storytelling in general. Yeah, if you're curious, if you're interested in economics, policy, whatever, it's a really good watch.
And if this goes to every trader in this room, including the audience, if you haven't if you haven't watched the Financial Crisis trilogy yet, that's mandatory education. The 3 movies of the trifecta.
99% of mortgages, current mortgages, are locked in lower than the current interest rate. So people are not interested in refinancing their home. So that's going to be a big hit to the banks as far as income is concerned in that whole sector. But the underlying asset of the house, which is in these mortgage-backed securities, is extremely strong. The value is there, and the people able to make those payments currently are making their payments. There's very little default in the housing sector. That, again, not to beat a dead horse, there is a debt problem, but it's an under collateralized small business debt. And I think we're seeing that at Deutsche on the insurance of those mortgage-backed securities being raised. I'm sorry, not mortgage-backed securities, but of the securities being raised, but they're not mortgage-backed securities. They're CLOs. They're under collateralized corporate debt.
I read in the chat somebody asked the trilogy of movies. I'm talking about Margin Call, Too Big to Fail, and The Big Short.
I brought this up, Luce, before you came in today. I noticed that on Quiver Quantitative, the recent trades by U.S. Congress, David Trone is a congressman, and he was selling a bunch of bonds, big bank bonds. Now, I don't know what are in those bonds. I'm trying to figure that out right now. But if you go over the Quiver Quantitative, and you see he's got, J.P. Morgan, Citigroup, a bunch of Goldman Sachs. He's got a bunch of bonds that he's selling, and they're not. I don't believe they're mortgage-backed securities. I'm trying to figure out what those bonds hold. And
You're gonna pull a Michael Burry. You're gonna go inside those things and look at the thousands of.
no, I'm not that smart, but I think that, and I've been saying this for 2 weeks here, kind of what drove me to this group. I think that I was trying to figure out what the contagion was, how we jump from SVB to the regionals. And I looked at the balance sheet of the regional banks, and I don't see anything on there. The problem, than the fact that they've got a bunch of corporate debt, and now we're watching, the insurance rates going up, these leveraged securities, and I'm wondering what's in those leveraged securities. If it's a mortgage-backed security, I'm not really worried about it because at 3% interest, very high value, people are still in a strong labor market. People are still making their mortgage payments.
What's I was trying to look this up today. The average income, household income level for the past 2 years, did it rise? Because that's one of the markers for 2008.
I don't have the data in front of me, but I know it's part of the inflationary problem, wages going up.
Right, that's true.
But I don't know how that correlates really with I was in a broker dealer in 2008. I don't necessarily see this as bad, but back then we didn't think it was as bad either when the first few dominoes fell.
Dude, this whole real estate thing is so fucking confusing to me. It's like I'm seeing areas in Brooklyn and New York City, like rents going down like thousands of dollars, but in Jersey, like it's still going up. It's like, what is going on? I don't understand.
Real estate is very localized. You can have completely opposite markets miles away. It's strange like that. I mean, I don't foresee. I hope we don't have a 2008 collapse in prices.
It's like 1 + 1 = fish.
I hope we do have a 2008 collapse in pricing. I want to buy a house one day for cheap.
Yeah, and we've talked about that this week too, about all the inflationary pressures that everyone feels, especially those that don't have a house. So yeah,
Huge green candle right now. Sorry, I don't know if anyone trades here short term, but huge green candle. Oof.
Green candle on what?
ES. I trade off of I chart everything off of ES, the futures. But I trade SPY, credit spreads.
Does anyone here use like level fields for the kind of artificial intelligence news alerts, and notice just tremendously how many alerts there are for companies laying off workers to the point where it's almost just like white noise at this point, and I'm just ignoring it. I don't
Honestly, dude, like
really use it.
this kind of volatile market, I feel like fundamentals have less value. It's more about technicals. It's fundamentals, you can use them for long term, but currently even in this year, like there's only one thing controlling the market, and that's the interest rates.
Do we think that the unemployment is going to rise to put pressure on like the real estate market and actually maybe cause that 2008 level scenario if there's a bunch of like month to month living kind of lower to middle class people that are bought in the height of the market, and then there's just no ability if they get laid off to have them continue to pay their mortgages, and they end up going underwater?
Yeah, dude, you said the same thing. I mean, you said it yourself that what triggers a crash really, right? Let's all think about that. What triggers it? It all starts when a big company fails, when they declare bankruptcy, when they say I have no cash to pay my employees, I got to fire them all, and all the products and services and the liabilities that I had on my statements, they're all poof. So I think it will start with like I remember now. BlackRock. I don't. People might call me crazy, but I think BlackRock is the one that's going to announce like some fucking crazy ass news next in the upcoming weeks, and then they're going to crash, and then.
Well, to answer the question that was just posed, not to be condescending to step on anybody here, is are interest rates going to rise and affect unemployment? That's the exact reason that the pedal to the metal has been going on with Powell. They're waiting for a chink in the armor because unemployment's at like 3.47. The Fed to even remotely get the target of 2% inflation, we're going to have to go to 5 to 8% unemployment. There's no other way around it. And they're waiting for they continue to raise interest rates based off of until they see some negative employment numbers. They've come right out and said that. In fact, Elizabeth Warren, in her political ease, mentioned straight up that 2 million people are going to be out of work if the Fed continues to raise interest rates. But the sub issue there is where in the food chain is it going to break before it even gets affected in mortgages? It's going to break in corporate debt, in small business debt. And I've said this for 2 weeks now, that the regional banks hold 50% of all corporate debt in this country. Small businesses have been hit with so many increased costs due to inflation. Their fuel surcharges, their raw materials, their labor. Even though we haven't had a raise in minimum wage, $8.25, $8.50 is where the minimum wage was in certain states, but they're having to pay $15 to get people off the couch to come back and fill these positions. So the pressures at the small business is huge. As soon as these interest rates kick in, and I've made this example before, a shitty mortgage in 2008 is a standard small business corporate loan in 2023. When these things get re-ammed in whatever part of the cycle they're on in 5 years, so we know it's somewhere between now and 60 months from now, and this is exactly why we're asking the FDIC to go for banks are asking for 2-year backstop from the FDIC. $19 trillion in current deposits in this country in the regional bank. There's only $8.5 trillion in the Fed's balance sheet. The FDIC's got $180 billion, and they're asking the Fed to back up $19 trillion worth of deposits with $180 billion, not just 250 and below, but all deposits for 2 years. Tell me that doesn't scream of a small business corporate debt bubble. And how much of that is leveraged in the big banks buying CLOs and bundling CLOs and insuring those CLOs. What we saw last time in the mortgage-backed securities when there was an oh shit moment was when AIG failed, who insured all that shit.
So who's the AIG of today, in your opinion? I want to short something. I like what you're saying.
And
I
a
really do.
fucking excellent question. I've been asking that for a week. Who's insuring the shit? And in fact, look at Deutsche Bank.
That's I was looking at Deutsche.
Look at Deutsche Bank. The reason that they're falling was the fact that they got reammed on the price of insuring that shit. And what's the shit? It's not mortgage-backed securities, because mortgage-backed securities are strong. Think about it. People in 2008 had shitty mortgages in those mortgage-backed securities. 99% of the mortgages out there today are 3% or less, fixed for at least 15 years. Those are really, really strong AAA mortgages. And unemployment's at 3.47%. Even look at the mortgage-backed securities being a problem. The break in the food chain is much higher up in that today, and that's at the small business corporate debt bubble, which are CLOs are being insured by who? If you look at AIG, it's not them. You look at the valuation of AIG. Who's underwriting this shit is the question of the week.
An opinion or genome? We got the gentleman and a few other people with their hands up. If you don't mind bringing up a few more speakers, but then we'll keep back on the interest rate. Thank you.
Somebody said Vanguard in the chat. Vanguard.
Yeah, Vanguard, BlackRock, they hold a lot of those, and we've talked about it. It's a lot of the insurers as well that work with these. And when I say insurers, I mean mostly life, but also some of the property and casualty. They're just naturally some of the largest bond and the CDOs owners of it. So you could short some of the insurers. I haven't looked at that. I know Skull brought up they seem to be in that kind of like top 10 list, if you will, in that 20 to 30% range, possibly ownership in any of their portfolios. That could be detrimental. You could short some of them, you know.
Georgia made a good point this morning. I've been trying to look at that. One of the reasons I've kind of been sidetracked here. But he said he was short in the Russell 2000. And what's in that correlates to this, I'm not sure. But I'm trying to see where that correlation is as well.
Well, that would be smaller insurers and also some of the regional banks too. So not a direct play is what you're looking for. But some of them would fall into that with the market cap.
U.S. soldier, you've been invited up. You have to accept the invite.
Thanks, Gino. Appreciate that.
Yo, Chivas, that was some good stuff you said. That's very interesting. I'm gonna look more into that. Collateral, what is it? Corporate loan obligations.
CLOs as opposed to CDOs. In 2000, again, where there's smoke, there's fire. In 2008, what caused the under these mortgage-backed securities to go to shit is there were shit mortgages. And what was defined as a shit mortgage? They used to have a teaser rate. Once the interest rate changed from a teaser rate and the loan was reamped, people were upside down and they were just giving their keys back to the bank and walking away from their home. Person in 2008 will turn their keys in to their home, then some guy that cleans gutters for a living with a F-150 that's 6 years old and overvalued, and a corporate debt that he's paying currently 3% on that's going to re-amortize in 24 months to 8%, and he can't afford help that he's having to overpay for, and he's getting squoze. He's going to go, I'm not getting up on this ladder and cleaning these fucking gutters and not making anything at the end of the day. So he's basically synonymous with turning his keys into his house. He's going to tell the bank, the regional bank, that's going to dry up lending him any more money, and they're going to re-am him on his payment of money that's already spent. The bubble, and that bubble is base of the bubble, and now it's been leveraged through CLOs, big banks, and then somebody's underwriting, insuring that. What are those CLOs? Who holds them? And who's insuring them is something, this thesis I've been asking, not just this group, but trying to figure out about 2 weeks now. As soon as I saw the contagion from SVB to jump to FRC. I didn't see the correlation in that. In fact, when I looked at FRC's balance sheet, there was $1.6 billion worth of current small business loans, but there was $1 billion versus of student loans backed by the government and about 600 million current mortgages. So it was a wash. $1.6 billion on guaranteed money versus 1.6 of low collateralized small business debt. So why the panic? You know, it's not like they had to sell the bonds mark to market because they were uncollateralized and that there was a run on that bank like SVB. So I was trying to figure out, why did it jump from SVB, completely different business model, the regionals, and now you saw it in Credit Suisse, completely different business model, and now Deutsche Bank, again, a completely different business model. It's the big bag of shit of CLOs that are wrapped up in these regional small business debt loans that are about ready to reamp.
What's the typical length that those CLOs are,
We should not go
re-amortized
into
at?
this, man. Like, he's been on the same subject for like 2
Okay.
weeks, calling it a big bag of shit. He has not come up with any plays. Like,
Oh, wait a
let's
second.
not go down this rabbit hole, bro. Like,
I didn't.
Avid loser, I get it, bro. But
But
every single day
I didn't
you
bring
go on
this.
a tangent for 30 minutes.
Wait a
at a
second, man.
time.
I didn't bring this up this morning. We're already talking about it again, and I reiterated my point. I don't mean to sound like a broken record on plays. Bringing my thesis in and asking for other opinions. So don't be like I opened this bag of shit up today and that I'm on a rant. That's not what happened.
I mean, at the end of the day, no one else has given any plays. Welcomed. I'm enjoying listening to it. So
NOC, NOC running, baby. That's one of my favorites. Look at that thing. Talk about plays. I've been talking about that. What are you doing, you gentlemen? I know we're almost not halfway through, but you do anything today?
I'm stepping off the stool and taking the rope off that I had just put up just in case Avid Loser went on this rant for another hour. But since he stopped himself, I'm just looking at Loan Depot, which I suggested Avid User or Avid Loser check out yesterday. But I'm assuming he hasn't looked into it yet. So I'm just going to keep reading these 8K filings that basically explain all the answers to the questions that he's been asking for 2 weeks.
Sorry, Loan Depot. Would you reiterate that again? I apologize.
Basically, what you're looking for is how they're hiding for debt and who's underwriting it. You need to look at where they're moving their money in and out of. And the 8K filings this past couple weeks for companies like Loan Depot, for companies like Credit Suisse, for companies like Discover Financial Services, show that they're using 3 or 4 shell companies to move money in and out of the Caymans. And they're basically using an assigning agent and an assignee. So let's say they have something that they know won't look great on their balance sheet. They have a way of swapping it in and out between like 3 or 4 shell companies, and you can see it in the 8K filings for like Discover, for example. It's like 4 different companies. All the 8Ks hit or all the SEC filings hit at the same time, and you can see they're basically just swapping around different things on different balance sheets and recollateralizing each other, so that one company that gets the most attention has the best looking balance sheet. So just like start with Loan Depot, go to the SEC website, look at their EDGAR filings, then look at DFS, Discover Financial Services, look at what they're doing with their debt. Basically what they're doing is using all the mechanisms they know to swap between shell companies in the Caymans and Seychelles and all these different offshore banking havens.
In your opinion, why are they trying to do that? Their balance sheet look better, to try to get some sort of funding, or
this is something that they've known how to do for a long time. It's just that nobody pays attention until the markets crash, which is only what, like every 12 years. Like nobody pays attention to 8K filings for banks and looks at, their duration risk of their bonds, like until we find out that bonds are causing banks to blow up and like go into panic equity raises. But the ticker for Loan Depot is LDI, and the ticker for Discover, I believe, was DFS. But check out their SEC filings. The SEC website is sec.gov/Edgar, EDGAR. And if you put those two tickers into there, you should be able to find at least a starting point to understand that a lot of companies know how to do this and they've been doing it. It's just a matter of like understanding the jargon that they use to explain.
Their agenda is to get emergency capital?
No. Like, let's say that you have bad debt. You can basically give it to another company, and that company gives you something else in exchange. And so now you have something that looks much better and more attractive on your balance sheet. And they just play that game so that during periods where, long dated bonds are going to look bad or mortgage backed securities are going to look bad, they have ways of quickly swapping it out, or they do certain things to raise their provisions for bad credit. But then when you actually look for where the bad credit is on their balance sheet, they've hidden it by moving it to like two shell companies out from where it should be. I mean, I don't even understand how they get away with it, but you need to look at these SEC filings. And I'm not trying to be a dick, but like my point was more so like if you're on a tangent for 2 weeks asking the same questions and everybody's telling you like, bro, you got to look here, just like go look there. You know what I'm saying? And also the other thing would be like, find a different euphemism than bag of shit.
Okay. Well, I didn't mean to offend you with bag of shit. I mean, that's.
I'm just giving you shit.
I understand, man, and I do appreciate your insight. The issue of the 2 weeks on this, on the thesis, is the affirmation is it's in real time happening, but also this is extremely complex. I mean, it's a very nobody's got the answer to this. I do appreciate the pointed in the direction because, and that's why I'm here. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm here because I'm smooth brained and maybe easy plays that you do have the answers to.
So the weird thing about all this like corporate debt and mortgage-backed security and credit provisions, like it's one thing to say, oh, this is the company doing it. But then when you really understand, like, oh, this company has been around for 20 years doing this, and it's only during periods of financial panic that people start paying attention. But there's so many complicit parties, it's hard to even say that if you find the company that's holding the biggest, like, quote unquote, bag of shit, that shorting them will even pay out because who knows who's keeping that company afloat? Like, who knows whose political interests are tied up in these different banks, exploiting people who can't pay the lending fees, like their checks bouncing, etc. Like, how the fuck is Citi still a bank? Like, how is Discover still a credit card company? Because somebody benefits from them staying in business.
Somebody says they're too big to fail.
Honestly, I don't really think too much about like Citibank. I got so many different banks that just like I sometimes open them for just the incentives they'll give out, like free, credit card point rewards or whatever kind of trash, just so you can, earn $500 off just spending some kind of purchase. I know you guys have probably talked about Activision a lot. I'm just starting to think because probably FOMOing here after it popped today off the Europe regulation news. Maybe just entering in a simple like spread 90, 95 strike bull call spread with August. Do you guys think this thing's going to close by August, as they said? June is their Microsoft's planned acquisition date.
We did talk about it earlier. I mean, it depends on your strike price too. I don't think Luce liked the idea of going out that far. It just wasn't a lot of volume, I think was what he was talking about. Did you have something in mind? Did you have and they said stay below basically the 95 strike price for you to play in that. If not, it was just kind of not worth the risk reward, to paraphrase.
Okay. Would you guys say like credit bowl spread or debit spread? Like, does it really matter, or just go with whichever is more valuable with the risk reward? I've never
You
really
need to give
tried like
more.
option arbitrage for these kind of things, so I don't know if it really matters if it settles in the acquisition.
So basically, as long as you understand your risk, you can go to basically anything before May, right? It should never hit 95 or above, right? Because EU will not be settled. CMA is only settling on April 20th. So anything before, if there's a 95, you're willing, there's dollars and cents there, you're willing to take it, it's free money, basically. Not financial advice. And to be honest, the rest is if you want to reduce the risk, you can do debit spread. I'm doing 85 to 95. So someone is helping me reduce my long call option pricing, basically.
Thank you.
What expiration did you look at for the 85.95? I'm looking at August right now. I'm just trying to enter a position is all.
For that, I'm actually looking at May. I was in quite early for that, so the price now may be different.
Oh, you think it's like, are you going to hold through expiration? Is your plan thinking that it will close before May, or?
For me, I'm expecting then the price per share to hit 90 when EU closes, because there's still the risk of FTC. Whichever that closes after CMA, as long as one of them close, it should be close to the range of $90 per share. And by then, I will be closing off even my shares that I'm holding.
Thanks.
DGen, I'm seeing the link that you sent me, and I must be missing something here. You sent me the 8K for filing.
So if you go to an 8K and for DFS, for example, usually they'll have a little page that says basically like their exhibits. And so like with Discover, for example, if you click on that exhibit 99.1, I just took a screenshot. I'll post it on the sidebar. It'll show you things within bad debt where they're basically creating provisions for this debt to blow up on them, and then they move it between companies. But if you search for that company's ticker like DFS on the actual Edgar website, it'll show you all the recent forms that they filed. So like the one I just posted in chat shows you that the amount that they're expecting, or the amount that they're reporting for the delinquency rate for 30 or more days, is increasing. You can see from March 31st, 2022, it's going up, all the way. It's added a percentage point, just in a year. I don't know relative to the net change in dollar value, but little things like that. And then you could say, okay, well, they're saying that they're expecting credit defaults, and you can see it increasing within, one of these credit card providers. So
So
what
I'm
do
on.
they do when that happens? Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I really am. I'm trying to keep up with you here. You're obviously brighter than I am on this.
No, I'm not. I'm just
Well,
we
I
look at
mean,
these after hours a lot.
I mean that genuinely. So on the link that you had sent me for Loan Depot on the SEC link, and I'm there, and you're saying click on the exhibits, and I'm trying to see the link for exhibits on the 8K. Am I just missing it here on the Loan Depot 8K that you sent me? Where would the link for the exhibits be?
So the link that I just posted
I see it down
is
there.
the
Exhibit.
landing page for LDI, right? So then that landing page, you could look at their recent 8K, their recent 10K, and all these different things that they filed. And I click on that 8K and I scroll down, see a bunch of like jargon, and then I see all these links. And then clicking through those links is kind of where you, like, even just reading, oh, okay, there's all this bullshit, like, what does it mean? And then there's these blue links. Like, clicking through that and being like, why are they purchasing and repurchasing? And there's the signing administrative agent and the blah, blah, blah. Like, I ran that through ChatGPT like 4 or 5 times until it could basically summarize what they are even saying in this. And then once I figured out, like, oh, they're basically just, they figured out a way to create businesses that can trade bad debt with each other, but they're parent companies and shell companies, so that basically just like cleans up the balance sheet when there's periods of high scrutiny. And then if there's periods of low scrutiny, they just leave it there. But yeah, that's that landing page I just put in there, like going through that filing and trying to understand what they're even saying. You need to use a large language model unless you're familiar with this stuff, because it's all legal jargon that they use to avoid people from paying too much attention to what they're doing.
All right. So the Edgar link that you just sent is I see it now. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. And I think like any company, like, you know, they probably have corporate debt, they probably have real estate debt, they're probably, you know, underwater and blah blah blah. Like, you got to go to the Edgar website, you got to look at all the stuff that they've filed recently. Sometimes they'll even pump fake you. They'll do like a filing um, before market closes one day, like, we have an announcement tomorrow, and then you'll see the stock run up because there's an announcement coming. And the next day there's like a filing after hours, and it's like, oh hey, our announcement is that we're laying off half of our staff and we lost $1 billion, you know, managing Apple Card services. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, so just be careful, because relying just on that alone won't tell you what companies are doing. That's just like what they're legally required to file. The reason why I mentioned Loan Depot and sent you their thing is because if you just do a control F for Credit Suisse, and then do a control F for Caymans or Cayman, you'll start being like, why does Credit Suisse and the Cayman Islands show up so much? Yeah, good luck trying to do the DD, bro. Like, this is a whole game that they play with people to try and leave them confused. Someone said, "Why is SI moving?" And I think it's because there hasn't been an actual announcement that it's shutting down, so people have to buy back. Plus, like, all those puts that were expiring today are pretty much worthless. But the whole point to shorting Silvergate is to buy puts on Friday, because most of these banks don't get closed, quote unquote, until Friday after hours. So buying a put on Monday for Silvergate, yeah, it could close midweek, but why not just buy it on Friday and then sell it on Monday? Today is expiration day. There's a rumor their transaction software is getting bought out. I think if there's a rumor their transaction software is getting bought out, but it's Friday and stock is still trading and the puts aren't going to pay out because it hasn't been delisted, and this is just institutions and market makers buying back shares to crush the puts, in my opinion. I told you that guy Mark Cohodes said they're taking the sign off the Silvergate building. It's completely off now, so I don't know.
Hey, Opinion, are you there? Crickets. I'll get your dad a Coke, but I'll drink it. Yeah, yeah. I'll get him. I'll give him the whole meal.
So I was looking at the Disney that Hardy Redson mentioned, and it looks like they laid off 7,000 people. They have earnings coming up in May 10. So I put a long call, maybe on the Disney, expiring May, I think it's 16th. Or May 19th. Expiring May 19th. Sorry.
Bought a call on
Just
Disney.
Yeah, I bought a car on Disney just because it sounds. Every time they lay off people, it seems like it's kind of bullish. So. Also, they fired their old. What was it? Their CEO, and they have. So he's making some changes.
Wait, what expiration you bought?
May 16th. And I got it's a long call, so yeah. So I'm gonna just play it out and see how it goes. Hardy Redchin had mentioned it. I started doing some research and yeah, it looks like a good call for me. So I'm gonna get in there.
Hello, everyone. Awfully quiet in here.
Oh, hey, Scald.
Do we not know how to kill the stages? The person that can kill the stage is named Opinion is Unpopular because he started the event.
He's not. I asked if he was here, and he didn't respond, so I don't think he's here.
Nice. Well,
and I'm the only other one. I'm the only other one that can invite people up on the stage. So I decided to hang out in case somebody wanted to come up and talk.
I see. I can like invite myself up, and I have like some admin privileges, but I can't kill stages. Excuse me. Woof. I swear I just roll from one sickness to the next. This is the joy of child ownership, also known as being a parent. They just break home illnesses all the time. That's a thing that happens to you.
Sure does. Yeah.
Enjoying the silence. I'm not saying anything bad about the token, but you know, it was interesting to know there were other folks on the other end, and I work alone, so that's something.
Yeah, I had a like acute sinusitis for like 2 months. So now I think even just a little bit of allergies causes me to lose my voice. Because I had this illness that was antibiotic resistant for like 2 months, and they gave me different courses of antibiotics until they finally gave me this really, really powerful course of antibiotics, and then after that it was cured. But I think it still damaged my I don't know, my ability to talk or something, because now I lose my voice whenever I get even slightly sick. Which sucks.
You eat yogurt?
Kefir, dog. I drink kefir or kefir, however you wanna call it. Someone said towels are ripping. Is towel stock actually ripping? Let's check it out.
Interesting.
Oh, it's up 11%. What? Where's it
Shorts
going?
covering.
It's gotta be. It's gotta. That's crazy. Why?
Someone earlier in the week was saying they're moving into, can't remember the other stores, but they're putting up square footage inside other stores and moving their inventory that direction.
Oh, kind of like Sephora did with Kohl's, where they like closed all their stores and they moved into Kohl's.
Yeah, I don't remember who was saying it. I was, yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Fred Meyer or some shit. I think it was Kroger stores they were moving into.
Oh, that'd be great for them, actually. They might stop losing so much damn money on renting out random places.
Last time I needed kitchen supplies ASAP, I was at a Bed Bath & Beyond. Anybody think there's anything to the Silvergate rumor?
What's the rumor?
Someone was talking about buying their one of their like computational services or some shit like that. Buying something they own.
Oh, yeah, it could be true if they're selling the assets.
But that was the speculation on the pump that they made this morning.
Well, that could also be shorts covering because they haven't gone out of business yet. They said they're going to voluntarily liquidate, but they haven't liquidated yet. What the fuck?
I picked up a put on them. Just curious.
Same.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I've been trying to talk to someone about risk management because I've been having like 4 out of 1 um in my wins, so I win 4 times and lose once, but I feel like my losses are bigger than my wins, and I want to improve that. Is there any way you guys improved your guys's?
Stop loss. But they can be your friend and they can hurt you too.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like I'll end up losing 80% and I'll be down like 200, but then I wait for it, and then since I have a lot of data, when it goes back to where I bought in the strike price, the break even is even higher, and every time it gets to that, I feel like I barely make anything. So those are mostly my wins. Like I'll get like 50, 60%, and that's about it. But I feel like I'll lose more.
What's a target percentage for your stop loss?
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, a lot of times I also do spreads. That way, if the trade doesn't quite go your way, you're covered.
What exactly is a spread?
I don't know how you do things, but I usually do uh, covered calls and cash secured puts. So I'll do like a credit spread or a debit spread. So I'll sell, yeah, I'll sell like a 15 strike call, but I'll buy the uh, 18 strike call, and I make less. But then if the price shoots way above my strike price for the call that I sell, then I make money on the call that I bought. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay, that does make sense. Yes.
And then if you do cash secured puts, then you could do the same thing on the put side. You sell a put, and then you buy the lower strike price put to cover yourself in case the price drops significantly below your uh, strike price for the put that you sell.
I really appreciate your knowledge.
When you're setting a stop loss, what percentage do you look for? I mean, what percentage do you target?
I mainly target the recent support or the recent resistance. And then when it hits that, I end up waiting. Like I don't end up getting out of my trade, I keep waiting for it. So I feel like it might have something to do with my strategy as well.
Yeah, I don't really use stop losses.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying not to believe in them, but I feel like I need them now because I've seen what it's been doing to my account.
Yeah, many just sell options, but or do a pairs trading hedge. Just use hedging strategies.
Okay, I'll look into it. Thank you.
With options, you can kind of define your risk too. You just buy the option. That's how much you're willing to risk the whole thing, right? Usually.
Yeah, and
And like
usually,
usually,
you
go
could
ahead.
go ahead. You could go ahead.
No, go ahead. You had a thought. Go ahead.
Usually, like, I risk 3 to 4% of my account, and I don't have a big account at all. Like, I was just at 789, and I was like about two or like, yeah, about somewhere around 200. I don't really remember, but I ended up um switching to Nvidia because I was just doing SPY for the whole last week and this week, but yesterday it messed me up, and I was like, I'm just gonna go back to my gainers, and um I feel like my strategy didn't end up working in that, and that's why I got fucked over more. And I ended up doing like, instead of 3%, I ended up doing like 5% because of how expensive the call was for Nvidia.
And the other thing I do is most of the time I sell options. I'm not really into buying options. But when I do buy options, I buy in the money. That way, you don't lose as much to theta.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like that's what made me go over budget on um the option for sure, because it was like um a $380 call, and um I was in the money, but it was also just like not at the right time. Like, I had to play for the S&P and I had to play for Nvidia, and I was waiting for Nvidia to pass its recent resistance on the hour time frame, and I was waiting for it to sweep liquidity and sell, but it didn't. So I made a new target on the resistance, and once it hit that, I bought buys, but it just kept going down. I thank you guys for your advice. I'm gonna go do my research now.
All right, man. Take care.
You too, man. Have a good day, you guys.
Yeah. Everyone up here pass out? Yo, Avid, where you at, boy? Y'all can hear me? Respond in the chat.
I can hear you.
Subhuman.
How's it going?
How was the chat today?
It was all right.
Any crazy plays?
No, nothing exceptionally crazy. Luce was in here for a while. He was giving us his insight into things, but nothing too crazy. I heard yesterday was quite a show.
Yeah. Yesterday was crazy, bro. I overslept today. Yo, Isoris Oxy was good, homie. Get up here, boy.
What's going on,
Oxy.
Howdy? How you doing, man?
G. Round 2, bro.
You want to ring the bell?
Ding. Fight.
I guess not too much going on now that it's Friday, right? Probably most of the plays have already gone out. A couple hours left, yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking into next week. Any plays I can make around 3 p.m. I like to do, just so I don't get crushed to death around 3.
Yeah, true enough.
Off any volatility switches, because people will like either sell off or some shit will happen around 3 to 4. So then I'll buy around 3:30 maybe. But that's only if there's something to play for next week. I don't know if you know of any big events next week.
No, I don't. That's gonna have to come from other people here.
No worries, no worries. I'm hoping.
Is there anything you're? Yeah. Well, okay. So what are you hoping for?
I'm hoping for any big plays. Whether it's banks, spy, nothing crazy, right? Like Armageddon or anything, but
Yeah. I mean,
I'm trying to see if there's any unusual activity.
Yeah. Maybe out of banks, right? We don't. I guess we won't know for a while if we're still in the woods, in that whole sector. Guys were talking about Deutsche Bank today. I guess that's also now.
Oh yeah, that was big.
Like it's just when are the dominoes going to stop?
Never. Was somebody sharing their screen? Oh yeah, they are.
They got.
Yeah, I couldn't do it earlier. It was like too many people, I think. It limited at 300 or something.
Oh, okay.
Oh wow. Yeah, I'm amazed we didn't get as many people today. It was like close to 1,000 plus yesterday. And today, I think we only had like 400 or 500.
SI calls.
Tesla calls?
No, not Tesla. Silvergate.
Silvergate? You just so straight it. Oh, wait. That's not Silicon. Silvergate. SI. Holy shit. What happened to this?
Well, and that's what they were talking about earlier. Is no one I think was expecting that to shoot up like that, right? Someone mentioned that maybe it was about shorts having to buy back in or something.
How come I have not seen Silvergate at this price?
Shorts are covering for today.
Bro, this is insane.
Towel company is up 10% also.
Which one, sorry?
If you
BBBY. BBBY is up 8, almost 9%.
Taking a look at a GME now. Ooh. A little pump on GameStop.
People still trying to stoke the embers.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, Silvergate is interesting with that volatility. It's gonna be one of two things. It's gonna be a great fucking crash, or there's still room on it because even at $2, it's cheap.
Yeah. I guess it depends on if more people are willing to take the buys or the calls and rather than puts and shorts.
I mean, honestly, if I play this, I'd buy shares.
Good question.
I'd buy shares and then I'd buy puts in the case it comes down as a hedge.
Yeah.
But the volatility on these puts would probably like freaking murder. Let me see. 507% IV. You get crushed by Monday. Unless you know it's flushed super hard.
Yeah. I'm not doing a BB play. I'm sure you could probably find someone here that is though.
Oh yeah, I'm the BB guy. I think that's
Yeah,
why
there
he's
you
my
go. Yeah, Bourbon's your guy to talk to on that one.
BB to the fucking moon. 23 moo. We're going to the moon. Yeah, BlackBerry had a nice pop yesterday, 4% move on it. Options actually went up pretty decently. I could played it, but
based on anything specific, or
it was just a sympathy play to GameStop. I mean, of course, BlackBerry is a business. Like, I'm not gonna go that bad. So people will be like, it's a fucking cell phone company, even though they obviously their cell phones like years ago. But nonetheless, the patent sales that they have so many patents. They used to be, known for security, cybersecurity, and all that good stuff, and software. So they have a ton of patents. They were, everybody was banking on the fact that they were gonna do like $1 billion patent sale or some shit like that. It only came out to be like 200 million, and that was like recent. But people were waiting like forever for this patent sale, and it ended up being like 200 million, and it just hit like, I think this week that sale was announced officially, and then additional 100 million for a contract extension post year 1 or something like that, or year 2.
Huh.
So it's about 200 to 300 million, but they won't get the 100 million extra until next year.
Yeah, it has to go past that gateway rate, that time frame before it activates to get the extra.
Yeah, it's like contracts, like defense contracts. Like you will hear like Boeing just won $1 billion contract with the fucking Air Force, and then you find out like how much did they get this year though? It's like, oh, like 10 million. Okay, and then it's like a 5-year contract. So I mean, it's still nice. You do $1 billion divided by 5 usually, just for a straight line. But it's not. And sometimes also it's like they want $1 billion contract, and these government contracts are built as like vehicles, just like saying they just got the opportunity to win potentially $1 billion, but sometimes there's other competitors on there. So and Boeing might never win any of that money. So that $1 billion you usually would divide by how many competitors there are that won it, and then even then it's not even accurate because one competitor could win all of them in terms of the $1 billion ceiling. So whenever I see that shit, I always take it with a grain of salt. Like, did they win $1 billion, or did they just win a place in a spot on a contract that they could fight for $1 billion between other people?
Yeah, they won the right to send forward like their idea of the concept vehicle for this contract or whatever it is.
Yeah, they call it a hunting license to win task orders under them, which is what really generates the revenue.
Task orders is make 20,000 sets of combats or like some shit like that, right? That's what you're talking about.
Say that again.
Like for task orders, so like an example would be like, hey, this company's like as this company, you're gonna fulfill this order to make 20,000 sets of combats and 5,000 sets of boots and
over 5 years usually is the contract time frame, right? So then it's like, okay, how many are you going to obligate for this year? Usually the upfront is a little bit more than the other years, and then some companies either go under by term 5. They'll either hit the obligation ceiling. So if it was $1 billion, they'll hit $1 billion by year 5, assuming they're the only one on it. And then sometimes they even go over it, or sometimes under it, but over it, then they have to add extensions to the contract, which is why it makes it so confusing to track some of these. But all you do is track spending utilization, and you'll see quickly how much money has gone through it.
So far, yeah. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because there's a site that tracks it, like the SAM.gov and FPDS. Those you can just look up the contract number and see how much task order is actually being funded through it, and then you see if it's worth going after.
That's so cool. That's exactly why I'm here. Learn shit like that. I love it.
Dude, this is defense contracting 101. Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, they have people in their fucking offices that are legitimately determining the fate of those who are actually executing the fucking contract obligations. Like, for instance, let's say I work for Raytheon and we have, 1,000 employees. There's like, let's say 50 in the office, right? Figuring all these numbers out and shit. But the rest are actually on the government site, either building the aircraft with them, coding for their cybersecurity, and so forth. Like it's butts and seats, ultimately. So it seems like they're badged to Raytheon, but they're really working for the Air Force, for example, if that was the contract. And then, and then like Raytheon could lose it after year 5, and then new company comes in and wins, Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin's like, oh, that guy's worked for Raytheon on this program. He was doing well, and the customer loves him, and he's key. We're gonna keep him. So I've heard stories where like the same guy is working in the same seat, the same job with the same customer, and he's been having different hats and pens that say different company names, and his paychecks are different company names. But he's really working for Air Force as a contractor.
Man, that sounds like some double dipping shit.
Yeah, I mean, you remember the whole Snowden shit?
Mm-hmm.
He was working for Booz Allen. Are you familiar with Booz Allen?
Mm-mm.
So Booz Allen's another contractor similar to, just as big as Raytheon and Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman. But Booz is more towards the IT services, cybersecurity, butts and seats versus like the development of actual like rockets. And I mean, I'm not going to say Booz doesn't do any of that, but that's what they're known for, is more other IT services.
Yeah, it's not their main priority.
Yeah. So Booz Allen had a key customer with, I think it was the NGA, CIA, something like that, wherever Snowden hacked from. And then so he was badged to Booz Allen. Booz Allen had him as a contractor to their customer, and he goes in there, and then eventually he steals, the customer's information, and then this whole thing like blew up once he leaked it all. But yeah, Booz Allen got a lot of heat for it, and they're still strong today. Like nothing stops them. It's crazy. It's like, dude, you literally had somebody who just completely leaked government classified information. Like, how did they not go under?
Yeah. Oh man. I mean, we could speculate till the cows come home as to why, and probably a lot of it would be backdoor deals and handshakes and like, don't worry, bro, I got you, kind of shit, like, or something like that.
Snowden worked for the NSA through Booz Allen.
That was NSA?
Yeah, it was NSA.
Oh, yeah.
That's how he got a hold of all those documents.
NSA. Yeah, because there's a satellite.
Yeah. The asylum guy in Russia now.
Yeah, now he's selling it all to Russia. Dude was a coding genius, though, man.
Well, that's probably why they offered it, right? Like, they'd piss off the Americans, but also, like, whatever benefits he'd bring to that game, like, they'll scoop that shit up. Why not?
Dude's literally the best hacker, like, fucking ever created. Fucking legend. But yeah, he worked for a defense contractor, even though everyone says, oh, he was working for NSA, but NSA was just his customer. Booz Allen's really the one that hired him for the job. Well, yeah.
Yep.
Super, 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 super crazy, but it's funny. It's just like one dude could be sitting in that same job, badged to different companies throughout the decades. Helpful, Haya. You said usually the software folk, programmers, and data center teams have a different employer every 1 to 2 years. Yeah, there's contracts that are not, like I said, 5 years. That's usually for like a big program that will obligate throughout those years. Sometimes they don't even have, like, if they really hated the customer, they might only go in 2 years, cut them short, and be like, fuck you guys. Like, we're not going to extend it. Like, and you have to do really bad. to be in that scenario. Otherwise, most companies will run the 5-year. And then there's also contracts that are just 1 to 2 years, smaller size deals. Let's see. Midden Madness and Eager BVR are talking about TDG. TDG looks promising for investments. They make aerospace parts where they are the sole source for the parts. 90% of their income comes from parts that they only make. Yeah, the profit margins on products are significantly better. This is why Lockheed Martin, for example, has focused more on their product businesses and aircraft and all that versus their IT services, because they had so bad margins on IT services, which is butts on seats, which is people, which requires HR and yada yada, and it's very hard to calculate because you got hours for them to spend. Is how you're really calculating. But if they make aerospace parts and that's 90% of their income, yeah, hell of a good margin if they can make them for cheap, and they know what they'll sell them for. So that's what we call a firm fixed price. Very easy to make profit and very easy to calculate profit. Yep, base
That's
plus
neat.
option year. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying fascinating. Like that's really cool shit.
Yeah, helpful said base plus option years. So even though it's a 5-year contract, the base could be like 2 years or 3 years, and then the option years will be the remainder. And those options is basically like a formality of like just check in. Is Raytheon still doing good? All right, let's extend to the next option year, and then they'll check in every year until the end of the contract. But again, most option years are exercised through the life of the contract, unless the company was really doing piss poor. Let's look at this TDG. Damn, it's $700 a stock. Share price $38 billion. They killed earnings all past 4 earnings. They have a PE ratio of 47. Yeah, I mean it looks like a super steady boomer type stock. That'd be good to add to your portfolio whenever it's down. I think right now it's a little bit inflated for me. I'd play it closer to sub 600. Not saying you can't go higher first, but Eager BVR has TDG has done a cash flow generator, but they have huge amount of debt. They have a ton of debt on hands. Debt isn't always bad. People always look at debt and say like, "Oh shit, that's horrible." But if they're producing the cash flow positive, debt won't worry me unless it's crippling. I kick butt, so everyone's on mute. Let's look at SPY. So SPY, I do love trading. I couldn't remember, Oxy. Did you say you ever trade SPY?
Me? No.
No SPY options?
No spy for this guy, says I.
All right, cat in the hat. Dr. Seuss in the building. I'm looking at SPY right now. Damn, look at SPY creeping up, boy.
It's trying.
Are they paying down any amount of that huge debt, or is literally just holding on to that cash?
Were you talking to me?
Oh no, sorry, to Beaver in the text chat there.
Yeah, I'm curious what that debt is.
Urban, you going to be here for a while?
What's up?
Are you going to be here for a while?
Yeah.
I'm going to hop off for a little bit.
All right, brother.
I think you're the only one that's got the shield, and I don't think opinion is around. So if people want to come up, just bring them up if you want.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, I've been playing around with it. All right, now that all the mods are gone, where's Georgia?
Come on down.
You want to do Square Call's annotation? Square got fucking wrecked, didn't they?
But they've been holding around 60, I believe. Kind of not too much deviation either way for the last, or since they the other day. What's XRP status with the SEC and all that nonsense? Well, Bourbon, if it's at its 90-day low, do you think it's going to go lower? And if so, how much more? Block's gonna sue them, aren't they? Are they suing them all also right now? Like, could it be a class action thing, or is it just going to be Block in this case? Oh, I'm seeing an article from February 2nd. The Donny Group threatens Hindenburg research rarely sued in U.S. Someone was talking about this yesterday with UEC, Uranium Processing Corporation, where there was someone who had shorted and then was openly slandering as well. That does sound pretty good. Unfortunately, I'm up in Canada, so we don't have Cash App up here. You can't spook it, Dream. You gotta let it just graze naturally. Fisker, what about Fisker? Or FSKR, if you will. It brought me to FSKR Capital Core. That's what you're talking about, right? Oh, FSR. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm looking at FSK. Yeah, you're not kidding. Holy shit. 554, 52-week high, 1474. Moo, currently we are looking at FSR. So it looks like the article says that it's only going to be missing 3 things in that chip: lane assistance, automatic high beams, and something with your side views, I think. So I mean, it's still totally drivable. It also won't have cruise control until near the end of 2023, according to this article. That's true. I guess it's not everyone's, biggest priority. But I mean, I don't know. Driving up in Alberta, right? Some of those rides can get pretty long, so it is nice to be able to just, flick on the cruise control when you're just doing the straight shot down the highway.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Sure can.
Have you not heard me the whole time?
Not a peep.
What the fuck? Or I was like, is he ignoring me? Like, what the hell's going on? It was showing I was talking and everything. It was weird.
Yeah, exactly. Those long drives, man, that can get old real quick.
What car you drive, Oxy?
2018 Passat.
Nice.
I need the legroom.
Jeep Cherokee.
Ooh, also a good choice.
Yeah, the newer ones are pretty solid.
Yeah, I guess for a while they were kind of iffy, right? Like back in the 90s and stuff. Like when I remember being a kid, and they were.
Yeah, I mean Jeeps are notorious. Like this is why I refused to buy one for the longest time until I did my research. But Jeeps were just notorious for fucking breaking down. They were finicky. Think of like BMW, but in a shittier class of cars. Because the BMWs out of all the German cars, I wouldn't touch because of how frequent things break down. And then the Jeeps were similar to that. But now the Jeep Cherokee, the latest ones, they're seamless. I mean, they're just making cars different than they used to. I do want to get the was it not the Wrangler, but the Rubicon, Jeep Rubicon? That'd be dope.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Dudes who like go down that Jeep line, like whatever variant they get and all the that they put on it, they just love it. So like I used to work with a bunch of guys that were all about that. It was just like their conversations at lunch were all about Jeep and all the products and all the customization.
Yeah, it's a fucking cult. Definitely getting used to that. Like the Jeep people love their Jeeps. That's for sure. And who else? Then you got your Tesla people. Whole new cult created out of them. And then there's another cult of car. I think it's usually the Ford like trucks, like the F-150 gang.